Right, apologies for the sound. Thank you for letting me know. I guess that we had a problem with options being set incorrectly. Sometimes when there's updates and things, they get a little bit jumbled. So hopefully we have sound now. If I've been speaking, sorry that I've been speaking to myself. Well, welcome everybody then, as we now have Jeffrey Rouse taking 5th place on the grid on the 149.179. Right, Stanton Augustus, there he comes. So we had an onboard lap just now, but unfortunately it had no sound, so we will try that again. We have 10 minutes left in qualifying. We'll briefly go on board with Stanton Augustus then, heading into Lesmo 1. Then down to the crucial Lesmo 2, the tighter one, which is going to lead onto the back straight. Quite important, he actually missed the apex slightly and ran wide there. Now head down to Ascari. Ascari is quite a nice chicane because you can be quite aggressive on it. Something interesting we're seeing there, that Jeffrey Rouse is actually doing qualifying on the hard tyres. Perhaps he's not aware yet that he's still on the hard tyre. But currently everyone on the soft tyre apart from Jeffrey Rouse. Right, Stanton looking a little bit smoother there through Ascari, heading down to Parabolica. Drivers will take an early apex and then drift wide and keep the car on the outside of the circuit, straighten the line, the corner as best they can before they cut back to the inside of the circuit. Kind of following the dark, tied up patch on the road. And comes across the line to put in a lap that puts him in P4. Right, Andrea starting a lap. Let's go on board and do a full lap with Andrea. Right, heading down into P1, P1, turn 1. Tightest turn on the track as we see someone running wide on the left there. That's Primo Variante. Now this is called Curva Biasona, but it also had Curva Grande, I think is what I always knew it as. Heading down into Variante, or second Variante as it's called. A lot of dangerous sausage curbs there. Then we'll head into Lesmo 1, the wider of the Lesmos. Lesmo 2 is the tighter one. Push the car quite wide on the curb here and actually get on the throttle nice and early. But to turn in early here, just clip the curb there. Helps rotate the car, lean on the exit curb. Here you kind of just get to relax yourself a little bit. Getting down to Ascari. Ascari is quite nice because you can attack it quite a lot. You can get over the curbs as long as your setup is catering for it. You can take the inside curb there, you go over the curb here quite nicely. This curb you've got to be a little bit more careful because that curb can throw you wide and invalidate your lap. That looked all nice and neat there for Andrea. I'll slowly be preparing now for Parabolica. Nice early apex, drift nice and wide, get over the white line a bit, get your outside wheels on the green stuff, and then bring it nice back over to the right hand side of the track. Straight line and short line, and gets the fastest final sector with that lap. Great lap there. Gert Bjerkes, car number 3, currently sitting in P3. Driving solo today. Unfortunately his teammate not able to make it today. The drivers are permitted to drive solo. As from the next round, which I have announced in the build-up, which unfortunately we didn't have any audio for, from the next round on we will have the advanced simulation prototype cars joining us. So we will have 2, if not 3 prototypes joining us. So we will have a multi-class race from the following rounds, which should make for, I think, more exciting viewership and more exciting racing for our drivers. Right, let's go on board with this amazing sounding Merc. I think this Merc is probably one of the best sounding cars with that deep throaty sound. See, Jeffrey has now changed to the medium tyre, still not on the soft, but at least he's on the medium, not on the hard. I think the soft is probably okay for one good lap really before it starts to drop off a little bit. The medium is probably a little bit more consistent. Not sure how much pace difference there is between the medium and the soft. Also not too sure how the strategy is going to work tire-wise. I think the tires should last probably, they go for the mediums, probably close to 50 minutes. Alright, heading down into, is this Ascari? I'm getting my track names correct. Now the Merc generally, because of its weight, has been very good over the curbs in most of the sims that we drive. It tends to have a lot more grunt as well, low down power and a lot more torque, so it's good on the straights. This is a circuit that definitely suits the Merc. Ooh, he gets it very, very wrong there, as I spoke a bit too soon. Jeffrey Rouse then comes past and will now start a flying lap. So let's watch Jeffrey Rouse do a lap. Currently in P7. We do see some drivers setting personal bests at the moment. Stanton Augustus personal best, sector 1, sector 2. Everett just did a personal best, sector 3 and sector 2. See if Jeffrey Rouse can do any personal bests. Currently the gap between himself and Everett is 0.070. Personal best sector 1. Personal best sector 1 for Andrea Gandosi as well, which means that could be challenging for P1. So we'll keep an eye on that. Like perhaps what I can do, maybe even get a dual view up just so that we can see both. Right, so on our right-hand view we have Andrea Gandosi, who's set the fastest first sector, the personal best in the middle sector. So Giuseppe Pistori is going to have his hands full if this is a completed lap, if this goes as well as it looks like it might. But Giuseppe Pistori has also set his personal best, although it's slightly slower in sector 1. Jeffrey Rouse coming up to the line now. He's on for a personal best. He does indeed set a personal best. And Andrea has abandoned the lap. So Andrea actually didn't abandon the lap, he finished the lap. Took provisional pole position and then just pitted. So I just was looking away when the times actually crossed and came up. So currently we have Andrea Gandosi, and we do see Jeffrey Rouse sitting at the exit or the pits. Not sure if something has gone wrong there. So Gerrit Beck is coming up to the line. You get the personal best in the final sector, but stays P3, currently 0.5 off of P1 and P2. Right, Mattia Gonzalez starting a lap now. Currently in P5. Let's see how he can improve. Currently 0.9 off the leader. Looking fairly smooth, a little bit of a twitch on the exit. Big slide there, unfortunately, getting the smoke pouring off the tires. Let's see how his laps are going so far. At least it is a personal best in sector 1, so even though he's looking a bit ragged, he is still fast. With just over a minute to go, the drivers on circuit are able to finish a lap when the timer does finish. So Matthias will be able to finish this lap and I presume one more lap. We have 3 of our drivers currently in the pits. They will not have enough time to go out. That is Gerrit Beekers, Stanton Augustus, and Everett Dumont. Drivers on circuit are Andrea Gandosi, Giuseppe Pastori, Mateus Gonzalez, and Jeffrey Rouse. Alright, Mateus comes across the line on a 1:49.5. Let's see if Giuseppe now starting a lap. Let's go on board with him. This is the final lap for this session. Looking fairly smooth through there. River Grande keeps a nice tight line. Into Variante. Let's see how much curb he takes. Quite a lot of curb there. Just avoids the sausage curb nice. Using just the right amount of curbing on either side. Into Lesmo 1, turns in nice on 8, gets a late apex, able to square the corner off nicely. Good speed there, good exits on the curb. Turning nice and early, get over onto the green. Did that really nicely. A little bit wide on the exit. Perhaps lost a fraction of drive there. So who's going to have pole? Is it going to be Andrea Gandosi or is it going to be Giuseppe Pastori? Alright, Tascari, nice and neat on the inside there. Didn't take much on the outside there. Nice and smooth through here. All looked pretty good, and he gets a fastest overall middle sector. Definitely wants pole position. Right, into the final turn. Parabolica turns in, gets a nice late apex, drifts nice and wide. Actually could have hit the apex a little bit better there, so I don't think it was an optimal line. But he does take provisional pole on a 26.2. So he drops the gauntlet and that's it. Everyone else has pitted, and that is the end of qualifying. Alright, so in pole position we have Giuseppe Pastori, then Andrea Gandosi, then Gerrit Beekers, Stanton Augustus, Mateo Gonzalez, Jeffrey Rouse, and Everett Dumont. We're going to jump to a quick ad break before we hit the race, so we will see you shortly. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back everybody. We have our drivers now on their formation lap. They will head around. They're allowed to change position, but when they come up to the line, they need to be in position. And our leader will set the pace as we come onto the main straight. And by the time they cross the line, it'll be go, go, go. Right, so this of course is the eXperience SA 2024 Endurance Series. This is our first attempt at doing endurance racing, so hopefully it'll just keep growing. That's why we do unfortunately have slightly low numbers. The guys have other commitments at the moment, but we hopefully will have much better numbers at the following round. So we should have multi-class, we should have higher numbers, so it should grow from here on. So hopefully everything still runs nice and smooth, and the drivers do have a great race. It is a fantastic circuit. Of course, this is the Monza Grand Prix circuit. It is a 4-hour race, 240 minutes. It's located in Milan, Italy. It's a 5.793 kilometer circuit, or 3.6 mile circuit. Very historic circuit. It even has an oval and a short circuit. Very, very bumpy oval and a very, very steep oval, but it does have it nonetheless. And our championship standings coming into this round. That's actually our points. Apologies for that. Well, there you have the point structure. Get to our championship standings in a moment. So our standings coming to this: Team Shibba in first, Team RS in second, NXT in third, NXT again in fourth, Team Shibba in fifth, eXperience Global in sixth, Full Throttle in seventh, RR Racing in eighth, in ninth eXperience Global, and in 10th eXperience Global. Perhaps we can now show our starting order as well, and then we can, after that, show our races coming up. So Giuseppe Pastori in first place, from Andrea Gandosi in second, Gerrit Bierkes in third, Stanton Augustus in fourth. And in fifth place, Matias Gonzalez, sixth place, Jeffrey Rouse, and in seventh place, Everett Dumont. And our schedule, so this of course is round 3 of our 6-round championship. We have Sebring next on the 29th of September, Nordschleife on the 30th of October, and Daytona on the 24th of November. We might have a bit of a change in the way everything is run to try and get the guys to join and get more guys involved in this. So we'll definitely be having multi-class, so that should introduce a few more numbers, and if the numbers aren't enough, we might maybe reduce the race just so that we can have single drivers actually partaking and actually able to finish it, because 4 and 5 hours for a solo drive is quite a long time. Alright, as we now have the drivers coming around. They're heading around the final turn, all bunched up nicely together. At what point will he put his foot down? Giuseppe will set the pace. They have to stay in position until the checkered flag with the finish line. The front two drivers are pretty much side by side, about as close as it gets without not jumping your position. And then we have the green flag waving, so it is technically go, and he's now started to go. All right, and we have everyone away. Right, so we are underway. I guess I can get rid of our formation lap, so that's staying up. Get our timings all up. The drivers all safely through. That's the main thing, is being able to get going. An endurance race, it's not a sprint race, so the idea is to just make it to the end. So we have only a few manufacturers in the race at the moment. We have BMW, we have Mercedes-Benz, and I believe that's it. We only have BMW and Mercedes-Benz. And an Aston Martin, Gerrit Bierkes and the Aston Martin. The 3 manufacturers, we don't have our Porsche entry. They're not here, unfortunately, due to family commitments. Hopefully things go well. So our prayers are with you, Morris, and his teammate Andre will hopefully be joining again at some point. and some of the other teams just with other reasons are not joining. So we hopefully will have everyone back for the next round. That should be then a full field if we have all our GT3 drivers back and we have our multi-class prototypes joining us, and it should get quite exciting. So Gert Beekers now challenging for second place. Having a look, there he goes. Slotting back into third, but now he will have the slipstream. Right, heading down the straight. Let's stay on board with Gert for a while. Perhaps while we watch this, we could actually do it in a dual view mode. Might help. Give us a bit more to look at. Right, so looking forward to Gert Beekers and looking back from Andrea Gendosi. Let's see if Gert can handle there. Gert is obviously very competitive and he'll push very, very hard. Gert is, though, doing the entire race solo. That will be quite a challenge for Gert. And unfortunately, he's going to get sucked into the competitive nature and try and now push hard. He's right there with P2, so he's going to push hard rather than preserving himself, so hopefully he doesn't overdo it. Some benefits of doing things solo: your pit stops are slightly faster without doing a driver swap, but fatigue will set in as the race progresses. Gaps started to slowly stretch out. So Pistori setting the fastest lap of the race with a 1:47.9. Anton Augustus also not too far behind Gert Beekers at the moment. Part of our drive behind this endurance series was to develop more endurance drivers. So we have several drivers from the eXperience SA breakaway group, which is eXperience Global. That is our endurance focused part of things. So obviously that was mostly started by Stanton with his vast experience in endurance racing, and I have a little bit of experience. And we got together with some of the other guys and started it, and Gert Beekers is one of the drivers. So we have several of the drivers in here. Unfortunately, some of them aren't here tonight. I say tonight, it's almost night, it's actually still midday. We do also have live weather, so the live weather that we are seeing is what it is currently at the Monza Circuit. So it looks a little bit gloomy there at the moment. I'm not sure if there is any rain on the way. Looking at our tyre choices, we have the top 3 drivers currently on the hard tyre. And then going further down, we have all the drivers on the medium tyres. So that's a little bit of a interesting look at things, that the top 3 have decided to go on the hards. Maybe they're going to try and stretch their fuel a bit. You can change your fuel maps. So you have qualifying, you have race lean, and you have safety car. Those are your, as far as I know, those are the 4 fuel maps that you can choose. Safety car is a lot slower, but then it does use a lot less fuel. So you could maybe stretch out another position just by stretching longer and in the end avoiding an extra pit stop. Bit of a battle going on at the back here with the 2 NXT cars. They're nice and close at the moment. Jeffrey Rice has worked his way up to 5th, and we have Everett in 6th and Mateus right behind him in 7th. I'm not sure if Everett made a mistake because he wasn't there earlier. Maybe he just ran slightly wide in the chicane and has plotted in behind. His teammate now lets him by. I believe Mateus is the fastest of the two cars. That's good team play by them. So we'll probably see the first driver swaps around about the 50-minute mark. That's roughly when the drivers will start to all change and do their things. So the gaps at the moment are all pretty even. It's sort of 1.5, 2 seconds between the drivers as everyone now starts to settle. Let's go for an onboard lap with Stanton Augustus. Right, heading down the straight into turn 1, which is probably the most difficult turn. The Variante, Primo Variante. I believe Variante just stands for chicane. So that's first chicane effectively. I believe that's Curva Grande, or some people call it Curva Biasona. Then we head down into second Variante. Staying off the curbs, using just the right amount of track. Then it's into Lesmo 1, which I tend to take a later apex. Some people take an earlier apex, but if you take a later apex, I find it gives you a better exit. Standing getting a bit sideways on the exit of Lesmo 2, there looks like a little bit of a drift there. It's quite a crucial exit because of the straight that it leads into, and then of course you're heading into a Scari, sort of a fast flowing chicane. You sort of bounce off the curbs. You can use quite a lot of the curbs here. That exit curb there, you don't want to go too far over it, otherwise you do hit that little bit of sand that's in, it does slow you down on this straight over here. Drivers of course are able to manage their fuel maps while driving. Stanton is now into Parabolica. So what you will find is that some of the drivers maybe will manage the fuel maps at different parts of the circuit depending on the driver's capabilities and whether they feel it's necessary or not. So maybe on the straight to save fuel they might turn it down a bit, out of a corner they might turn it up a bit. If they're chasing someone they'll turn it up a bit, make it a bit more aggressive. But it's all about managing the fuel, and also changing the fuel map will change how tire wears, because as you go through a more aggressive fuel map it will be more aggressive on the throttle. So you put your foot down, it straight away comes on, it maybe spins the rears just slightly and wears the tires out, whereas if you're on safety car mode you pretty much put no wear on the rear because it spins up a lot slower. These are all factors that the drivers will be taking into account with all the laps that they've done in practice. Of course drivers do have teammates, so their teammates would have practiced as well most of the drivers did. Fortunately, some of them, their teammates couldn't make it. So, for example, Gerrit Beekes, his teammate John Dutoy, not able to make it today. Stanton Augustus, his teammate, also not able to make it. Donnie Bellafronte. I was actually also teamed up with Stanton Augustus initially, but then that was when we were expecting Sean Woodgate to help out on commentary. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to join. So that has meant I haven't been able to drive. Right, so the drivers all looking pretty comfortable at the moment. It looks like Giuseppe Pistori is just slowly easing away. Gap between first and second 2.5, between second and third 2.7, between third and fourth 2 seconds, between fourth and fifth 7 seconds, between fifth and sixth 3 seconds, 3.5 seconds, and between sixth and seventh 1.6 seconds. The Pistori brothers are very well known in the endurance driving in rFactor, are one of the top bunch of drivers and teams. So it's quite an honor to have them driving with us. So thank you very much, Giuseppe, for joining. Hopefully his brother will join up at some point as well. Be nice to have them join and actually field a new car in the field. Everett, the only driver that decided to go for the Mercedes-Benz. Our cars, of course, are running a BOP. It's a BOP that we actually got from another one of our leagues that we have been involved in and just edited ever so slightly. We found it was pretty good. It made all the cars fairly close, so we've stuck with that. So pretty much any car you choose will give you very similar lap times. I think the car is going to probably be chosen based more on driving style than performance. I see a slight change of position according to our timings. There's Jeffrey Rouse. What has happened to Jeffrey Rouse that he's gone back? I'm not sure if he ran wide. We did see his timing sort of slightly jump back there. So we'll keep an eye on Jeffrey and see. Maybe he just ran slightly wide in one of the chicanes, got it wrong. Doesn't seem to show any damage on the car. The car looks fine. Currently 10 seconds behind Everett, so we'll see if he's able to catch up to Everett now. And I think he did have a slightly better pace, so he should be able to catch up. 3 hours 45 to go. With being such a long endurance race and me doing commentary solo, I'm going to take lots of breaks in between, so hope you're not expecting super fast, constant commentary. Hopefully if we get a few more commentators involved in the future, we can have more active commentary throughout, have more drivers and have more active commentary. But still great to be doing endurance racing. It's still, I think, one of the best forms of racing, endurance racing. I think GT3s are very popular cars to drive. They call them gentleman race cars. They are quite fun to drive, not too difficult. Mix it up with some prototypes and then you have some really exciting racing. If there are any of the drivers that would like to join me in commentary, they are welcome to as well. They can, in our Discord, we use Discord for the chat, they can jump into the room above the live broadcast room, which they can't join. But they can jump into the room above called interview waiting room, and if I see a driver there, I can pull them across if they would like to come chat at any point. Whether they're driving or whether they would just like to come after their stint, they are welcome to join us. Yes, looking all right at the moment. Let's see, how is Jeffrey doing? Is Jeffrey actually catching up? The gap was 10 seconds, it's now 9.5 seconds, so he is slowly catching up. I think it was about 10.5, so he's caught up about a second. Lap time on the last lap was, I think, only 0.2 faster, so maybe he's made up a bit more on this lap. I'll say that he gets very sideways out of Lesmo 1. So lap times on the previous lap. Our leader Giuseppe Pistori did a 47.969. Andrea Gandosi a 48.375. Gert Beekers a 48.737. Stanton Augustus a 48.773. Mateus Gonzalez a 49.731. Everett Dumont a 50.003. And Jeffrey Rice a 49.856. Right, while we're watching everyone driving, I'm going to prepare just to take a quick breather and get something to drink so that my mouth doesn't get too dry. What I will do while I take a break is I will put the second feed on with a auto camera, so that hopefully it will follow the action. Unfortunately, to enable it, you have to jump out, enable it, and then jump back in. So I'm just rejoining with that PC. And Giuseppe looking really nice and smooth, and his slides even looking good, nice and controlled. Let's say that once again. Commentator's Kersey runs wide and onto the dirt and throws up a bit of sand into Andrea Gandosi's path. So I will try and be back. I'm going to probably take about a 5, maybe a 10-minute break, just so that I can preserve my voice and hopefully be back in time for the pit stops. The autocam should catch most of the action. It's not perfect, but hopefully it will work well enough. I just want to make sure we have all things set correctly. So we are now on the second feed, and that will hopefully carry us through while I have a bit of a break. It is on auto cam, so it is changing by itself. I can hopefully just follow everyone. We have seen no pit stop as of yet. Well, actually we have. We've seen Jeffrey Rice, because he's now on the soft tyre. He at some point has decided to jump into the pits. Alright, I'm going to leave you for a little bit. I will see you shortly. Right, welcome back everyone. Ooh, we have a penalty found for Gandosi. Not too sure what that was for. I've come back just in the nick of time by the looks of things. Perhaps we can jump to Gandosi and see what the penalty was for. Bit of an issue there, I'm not sure what happened there. Some strange oddity there, but anyway, all is well again. I also saw the main PC sound was off. Hopefully that was fine. I think when we were on the second feed, we were still getting the sound from the other PC. So we still have Pastore in first place and Gandosi in second, although he did just get a penalty for something. Kerpirkus in third, Stanton Augustus in fourth, Mateus Gonzalez in fifth, Everett Dumont in sixth, and Jeffrey Rouse in seventh. I think we're still waiting for the pit stops. They should be coming up fairly shortly. Oh, speaking of which, here comes Andrea Gandosi. This might just be for his penalty though. Let's see, is it a drive-through or is it a stop-go? Looks like it's a drive-through. So that puts him back into P4. So quite a costly error, whatever caused it. Hopefully that is all cleared everything. But that means he's going to have to be fighting his way through, which will hopefully give us a bit more entertainment. We'll keep an eye on Andrea as he works his way through the field. He'll probably now shortly come into the pits again for a driver swap, I would assume, unless he's going to do a double stint. I know last race meeting we did have some of the drivers do double stints, which does save them a bit of time. So you do, I think, lose maybe 5 or 10 seconds with the driver swap. So if you do a double stint, then it means you at least gain those couple of seconds. As we're watching all the drivers making their way around, let's see who's going to be the one that makes the first pit stop. Currently, according to that stat that's on the screen, we have no drivers having made pit stops yet. Speaking of which, we now have Kerpirkus in the pits. Right, so Gerrit is the first driver to head for the pits, put on some fresh boots. Let's see. Does it help? Will he get an undercut with the Andrea Gandosi penalty? This might be the prime time to be pitting for the drivers. They can actually gain on him. With the fresh tyres, they'll gain even more on him, and then it makes it even more difficult for him to catch back up. Although it is a fairly long race, still 3 hours, 15 minutes to go. And let's see how it all pans out. So Gerrit currently in the pits is down to 5th place already. Going to be quite close between Everett. I think Everett is heading onto the straight at the moment. Where exactly is Everett? And there, Everett actually heads into the pits. So Gerrit will stay in 5th. Everett now heads for the pits. So Rouse also in the pits. Jeffrey Rouse, will that be for a driver swap? It looks like Everett stayed in the car, so he'll be doing a double stint. And there we see Jeffrey Rouse. Sorry, I'm looking at the other feed. What I was looking at was that. Everett heading out of the pits. Jeffrey Rouse actually still in the pits. He's sitting there. Let's see, will that be a driver swap? Will Michael Rabellini now be jumping in the car? I think we have seen them also do double stints in the previous race, so we're not too sure who's going to be in the car next. We'll keep an eye on that. We also have Stanton Augustus coming into the pit. Of course, Stanton is driving solo today. And it is Michael Rabellini that jumps in from Jeffrey Rouse. So Michael Rabellini is now officially in the race. Andrea Gandosi now in for his pit stop as well. Tejas Gonzalez in for his pit stop as well. So all the drivers now heading into the pits. So Michael Rabellini has now head out of the pit, but he's almost a lap down, so he can now actually gain a bit of ground on them as he pulls away from the pits while they're all standing still. So this puts Gerrit Beekers firmly in second place at the moment. Andrea Gandosi having done his pit stop now and heading out of the pits. Just watching on the other screen actually heads out of the pits. Oh, we have a penalty for Stanton Augustus. I think on his pit exit he maybe turned the limiter off a fraction early, or maybe he was caught speeding in the pits. But Stanton Augustus has a penalty. That might be a drive-through penalty. That'll probably drop him down a place or two. That's going to definitely help Andrea Gandosi, because Stanton had actually come out of the pits ahead of Andrea. So Stanton currently up to third, but now with a penalty. I'm sure he's going to be kicking himself for that. We have our leader also now into the pits. He's coming to the pits very, very sideways, so I'm not sure if he got on the brakes hard and the rear locked up. Maybe running a slightly more rearward bias on the brakes and that brought the rear end around, but sideways in the box. It might mean he gets a slightly better exit. So currently the only driver in the pits. So let's see, does it work out in his favor? Gerrit Beekers came out of the pits on the hard tires, Stanton Augustus on the mediums, Gandosi on the hards, and everyone else on the mediums. Let's see, what does Giuseppe Pastore bolt onto the car? As soon as he exits the pits, we can see his data. He currently has a set of hards on the tires. Hards on the tires, hard tires on the car. So Stanton Augustus has to serve a penalty, which I presume will be a drive-through penalty. Unfortunately, the notifications we get on the broadcast, it just shows penalty, doesn't show what the penalty is. The driver will see it in the car though. So we'll see, will he peel into the pits straight away, or is he going to try and build up a bit of an advantage? No, he's going to try and get it out of the way and focus on his race straight away. Let's see, is it a drive-through? No, it's not a drive-through. So a stop-go penalty. Right, so that should probably drop him down to, I would assume, at least 5th place. But actually, no, he's... Oh, there we go, down to 5th. I thought that gap would be close, but I was almost caught off guard there, but managing to lose only 2 places. Let's see if he can work his way back up from that. He's at least quite close to Everett Dumont at the moment, so he should be able to catch Everett, get by Everett fairly soon. The data on screen might be a bit confusing to some with regards to the pit stops. So we've seen all the cars have pit stops, but when it shows there, it only shows some of them as having a pit stop. It only records a pit stop if the same driver exits. So at the moment, for example, Rabellini is showing it's 0 pit stops because he hasn't been into the pits yet. But when Michael Rabellini hands back over to Jeffrey Rouse, it will then show as a pit stop because Jeffrey Rouse has been into the pits for a pit stop. So it's quite strange, it's driver rather than car specific. So Giuseppe hanging on to lead quite comfortably. He's got a 13-second lead at the moment. I think because of the issues Andrea had, that gap has extended quite nicely. Gerrit Birker is currently doing very well in 2nd place. Everett Dumont currently in 4th place with Stanton Augustus is chasing him down. In 6th place Mateus Gonzalez, and in 7th place Marco Rabellini. We haven't actually seen much of Marco Rabellini. I think Michael is there, but we haven't yet spotted him. Let's see if we can spot him. There he is. It's Michael's first airtime, I believe, on the race. Being the first, I think he's the first driver swap we've had so far on the day. Yes. Oh, slight mistake there. Maybe a little bit cold still. Hasn't quite warmed up yet. Should get his iron shortly. For those that aren't aware, we also now are linked up to the SimGrid. So you can head over to simgrid.com. You can search for eXperience SA. And we now have our endurance series on there, which is our rFactor 2 endurance series. We have our ACC GT3 series on there. And we also have our fun races on Wednesday nights on there. So this coming Wednesday, we're going to be doing a fun race with the USF 2000 in rFactor 2 at Watkins Glen. That'll be a 30-minute fun race. So you're welcome to sign up to the SimGrid, join our community, and you'll get notifications for any of the events, and you can sign up to them there and take part in any events that you would like to join us for. I think signing up for the rFactor for a team is a bit more complicated. You need to actually create your team in your profile first, and then when you sign up there, you'll be able to link to it, or you can create a team linked to one of our teams. So you could link to eXperience SA and then give your team its own name. So that's up to you how you would like to do that. Right, Stanton Augustus currently in the pits. According to that, for some reason the timer is going a bit wonky. He clearly is not in the pits, unless this is a very strange pit lane where everyone gets to go really fast. Let's just refresh these overlays. They sometimes get a bit confusing. You have to refresh them, and that sorts it out. Keep changing to the main feed and forgetting about the sound, because when I go to the secondary feed, I actually turn off the main feed because otherwise it gets an echoey effect. But for some reason, it doesn't seem to want to separate them. So Stanton is now caught right up to the back of Everett. Perhaps we can have a bit of an onboard from Stanton. Bit of a lock up there by Everett going into the chicane. Weather conditions look like the sun is starting to break out slightly. It was looking a bit gloomy at the start of the race, like it might even have a slight chance of rain. Let's see if we can find out what the track conditions currently are. So at the moment, ambient temperature is apparently 31 degrees. It certainly does not look like it's 31. The sun definitely has just come out. The cloud obviously going away. 31 degrees, track is 49. There's no rain apparently in the air. There's no moisture either. So currently everything is looking pretty decent. Stanton is right up behind Everett at the moment. Really right on his bumper now. Should have him, I would assume, halfway down the straight at this rate. That Everett's car certainly got the legs on the straight, and Everett has the inside, so he might actually be able to defend here. Going to be close. This is some good racing for endurance racing, but Everett actually manages to keep a tighter line and heals the position. Nice clean driving by both drivers there. And Stanton's coming back at, Everett's coming back at Stanton. But Merckx certainly has good legs and good drive. Got on the power and you could see how the gap just closed, and he actually started to get alongside and had to roll out of the throttle by the looks of it. I think that would have surprised Stanton a little bit, standing a bit wiggly there. Bit of opposite lock going over the curb there. You can see the wheel pointing in the opposite direction. Something to notice here. It looks like Heritage has actually closed the gap slightly to Giuseppe. It was 13 and a bit seconds earlier. It was now down to 11 point something. Now it's back up to 12 point something. So maybe it's just a certain sector of the track where one's accelerating, one's braking, and the gap shrinks slightly, but definitely come down a bit. Currently showing at 11.8 seconds. Although the previous lap times were pretty close, it still shows that Pistori was 3/10 faster than Carrot. So Carrot is definitely getting a move on at the moment. I think if Carrot could do this race solo, I think that's going to be quite an achievement. If he could do it and beat one of the Pistoris, that would definitely be a pretty remarkable feat that he would be very, very proud of. Kurt is a very accomplished race driver. Takes part in many different series and has always run at the front. According to the notification, we have 3 hours left to go. The gap back to 12.9 as he heads into turn 1, so it's fluctuating a bit. I think it's maybe traffic as well. Not too sure if Giuseppe maybe had a bit of traffic on the last lap, and that's maybe why his times dropped slightly. The lap times are looking kind of much the same as they were the lap before. Once again, about 3/10 between the drivers. So I think Andrea Gandosi will be very, very lucky that he's managed to get back up into third. Stanton having had a bit of a problem. He was down through his penalty down to fifth and has now worked his way back up to third. I'm going to take a very, very quick break. I'll be right back. Right guys, I'm back. So how is our reader looking at the moment? Currently Giuseppe has a 11.9 second gap over Gerrit, so the gap is still fluctuating around that same mark, so Gerrit is keeping you honest. As he heads around the final turn, let's see, where is Gerrit coming down the back straight there? One comes around Parabolica onto the main straight. Let's see, how did the previous laps compare? Oh, we lost sound. Apologies for that. Hopefully it's back now. Once again, as I change different cameras, I forget about the sound options. So previous laps, let's have a look at the lap times, which is where I was trying to get to. Previous lap we had Giuseppe Pistori on a 1:49.1, Gerrit Berkus on a 49.4. So 3/10 between them. G'day, Jan. Good to have you in the chat. Thanks for joining. It would be better if you're on track, but always good to have you watching the feed. You should definitely jump in the next time if we're going to possibly make the next round maybe a slightly shorter round to try and get more drivers in, driving solo rather. Just try and get them into the whole thing with regards to pit stops and that. So we might drop it to a 2-hour race for the next one. Maybe we can get a few more drivers in, but we might still have the prototypes joining as well, which might make it quite interesting. You can see quite a lot of front-end dive with the Aston Martin, so I'm not sure if Gerrit has quite a soft front-end, maybe anti-roll bar, or don't think it would be springs, probably more anti-roll bar, because it looks like it dives into the final turn in the Parabolica. It looks like it's the front left that drops quite a lot as the weight shift goes, so maybe it's quite soft anti-roll bars in the front. Even there you can see it sort of drop down onto the ground quite aggressively. The brakes glowing nice and red as well. Let's compare that to, let's say, Andrea Gandosi. It seems like the front end is maybe a bit stiffer. Maybe the springs are soft on the BMW, but the anti-roll bar seems a little bit stiffer for Andrea. Let's have a look at someone like Stanton and see what sort of effect his car has. Of course, it is different cars, so different cars could also just have different characteristics. Let's see as he hits the brakes. Definitely not as visible as the Aston, but it definitely looks like it's got a slightly stiffer anti-roll bar in the front. Unless maybe Gerrit has just gone for a slightly softer front end just to get a bit more turn in. But Matthias still doing all right, currently in 5th place. His lap times versus Stanton's have dropped off a bit. He was on a 151.3, Stanton on a 49.9 on the previous lap. Our top drivers, we had Giuseppe on a 49.3, we had Gerrit on a 49.5, we had Andrea on a 49.3, Stanton on a 49.9. So our top 4 drivers all on 49s. Not too much curb there, you saw the sparks as it bottomed out on the curb. Lock up there, I guess the tyre wear will start to become an issue as well. I'm going to see if we can perhaps get a bit of chat from one of the drivers. I'm going to just head off the mic here for a moment and I'll be back shortly.
Hello.
Hey Dennis.
Hi, Dennis.
How's it?
Right, well guys, we are joined by Stanton Augustus and Gerrit Birkus. They are currently on track, so they'll be talking and driving, so hopefully we won't put them off too much. Let's start with Stanton. Stanton, we saw you get a penalty earlier. What was the penalty for? Was it for speeding in the pits or maybe turning off the limiter at the wrong time?
It was definitely for speeding at pits. I think I just mistimed the exit there, and then unfortunately it put me way back. But I am about a second off pace to these guys ahead of me. But yeah, it's now just seeing what I can do from here onwards.
Some of your laps have actually looked a bit better than others. In the last lap, I think you're about 7/10 off, so not too bad.
Yeah, I find myself struggling with consistency, especially around Monza, especially where oh shit, what's the name of these corners? I tend to struggle a lot, but I have been double stinting, so I'm just trying to nurse this to my next pit stop.
Alright, I'm just going to also get the feed live to the guys that I'm talking to so they know who we're actually talking to. Right, so we're busy talking to Stanton Augustus, driving the eXperience Global 1 car at the moment, the BMW. And you're currently sitting in P4, unfortunately thanks to a speeding error in the pits. But you've actually looked at one point like you might be able to catch up, but Andrea seems to be putting down some really good laps. Andrea in P2 is matching P1's times. In fact, the last lap, P1 did a 149.215 and Dre did a 149.255. So they are very, very close. So you're not that far off Stanton. Gerrit, let's go to Gerrit while we're busy chatting. So Gerrit, you're currently in P2. You've managed to benefit from Andrea's. I think he also maybe got a penalty of some sort. I'm not sure if it was for speeding, but he only got a drive-through penalty. So he, as a result, is down in P3. He's 26 seconds behind you at the moment. Your gap time to Pistori in front of you is actually slowly coming down, which is quite strange because every time I look at the lap times, I see Giuseppe is actually slightly faster than you. On the last lap, Giuseppe did a 149.2, you did a 149.5. Yet the gap has just dipped below 10 seconds, now 9.8, 9.7 seconds. So, how are you feeling, Gerrit?
Also double stinting the odds at the moment. Car feels a bit understeery, and first chicane, the car's not hooking up at the rear, so I'm up to about 6 TC at the moment. But yeah, you see there 49.7, so third place is quite a bit faster than me at the moment. So I'm basically just hanging on and hopefully getting to the next pit stop.
Something I have noticed in the feed, and I brought it up earlier as well, is your car, the front end looks noticeably softer than the rest. So when you hit the brakes, you get a lot more nosedive. When you turn in, it looks like the outer wheel definitely dips more. So maybe it's also something that's causing your understeers, maybe a slightly softer front end.
Yeah, I'm on a soft spring rate at the front at the moment, trying to deal with these curbs we're jumping here. So it's just to help with that.
Yeah, maybe that benefits later on in the race as well.
Yeah.
We'll see. It's still quite early days, still 2 hours 40 minutes to go, but you're looking pretty good. Nice solid second place. You're currently 10 seconds behind first place, so yeah, still in the fight, and that's what counts.
Yeah, I was gaining on him a little bit, and I see Pastori responded, so he's a seriously fast driver, so I'll keep chipping away.
I think his last lap he might have made a small mistake because he doesn't have a time registered, which means he went off track, so that also might be why. Maybe he hopped a curb or something by mistake and would have got a warning
I'm
for that.
keeping an eye on that. I've seen a couple of cuts from him, so hopefully, well, hopefully for me, he gets a drive through somewhere.
Well, Jeffrey Rouse has just got a penalty, so I'm not sure what he's done, but yeah, the drivers have to be careful. The server will hand out penalties if they take too many liberties. And we've seen, I think, 3 drivers in the last lap having their laps invalidated, including yourself, Stanton. Did you take a cut somewhere?
Yeah, that was in turn 1. Yeah, just brake a little bit too late there, and then actually overshot the curb there. But at the moment, I'm just trying to hold on here. I'm generally off the pace here, and then obviously I've got massive tire dig now, so I'm just waiting for that next pit stop.
Just as you said, you got massive tire dig. That particular screenshot, as you said, that on the outside of the curb, there were lots of marbles in there. I think it was just before Lesmo won. So
yeah, that's why I'm actually struggling is in the Lesmo, especially in the second Lesmo. You know, the car is just not reacting, getting a lot of understeer, so it's costing me to slow down a lot just to get proper turning.
And what's track conditions like at the moment? I see it in the weather temperature, it's 31 degrees ambient, 48-degree track temperature. Is it feeling a bit slippery?
Yeah, it's pretty warm out here, so the car's definitely not hooking up as it should.
Yeah, it's when I first came onto the server, it looked like it was going to be very, very cloudy sort of race with maybe possible rain by the looks of it. But the sun has come out and it's definitely stayed warm.
Especially through these fast S's, cars, but there's a lot of lateral slip there at the moment.
Yeah, where you are now, Scary.
Yeah. So I'm just feathering the throttle and trying to feel the grip as I'm going through.
Yeah, I was listening to some of the drivers, the way they control the throttle, especially with Pastori, because obviously he's one of the top drivers. You sort of compare him to everyone else. And your throttle, the way you feather it, is kind of similar to the way he's doing it. So at least you're doing the right thing, just feathering it. I think
the rear steps out a little bit.
Yeah, relying too much on the traction control could be the wrong thing, but obviously it's good to have it, but you need to still feather it a bit.
Yeah, it's just going down in the TC, coming through this first S I'm coming into now. Being such a slow corner and into that exit, the car's just not hooking up.
All right, guys, I'm going to leave you to it. Thanks very much for being willing to chat.
Okay, pleasure.
Okay, cheers, guys.
Okay, Dennis.
Very nice to be able to get some driver insight. If there's any other drivers that would like to have a chat while driving, just let me know. I know there were some guys in the Team Shiba guys there down below. If they'd like to jump up and have a chat, or the NXT guys, they're welcome to come have a chat with us. It'd be great to hear from all the guys. And if they're foreign and they'd like to speak their foreign language, they're welcome to jump on and have a few words in their foreign language just to egg on or encourage their supporters a bit more. It'd be great to have you guys join. So if you do want to join, I'm currently in the live broadcasting room, which doesn't allow anyone in other than myself or anyone with broadcasting rights. But if you'd like to, just jump into the room above and I will drag you in. But always good to get a bit of feedback from the drivers, especially if you don't have that much action happening on track, it's nice to know what's happening. Unfortunately, in endurance racing, you tend to sort of pace yourself a lot more because it's about getting to the end rather than the sprint race mentality of going flat out the whole time. So there's sometimes in the middle of the race it gets a bit sort of slow and drawn out and you don't quite know what's happening. So it's nice to know what the drivers are doing and how they're pacing themselves and what all is happening around them. As we saw at the last race, it got really, really close in the last half hour. So our top 3 drivers really close within a couple of seconds of each other after 4 hours of racing. So that was quite spectacular. So it's amazing just how close these guys can get in such a long endurance race. Just changing cameras here. Seeing Jeffrey Rouse had come into the pits. He had just taken over from Rabellini, so I'm not sure what they've come in for. But surprised, to be honest. I'm not sure if they didn't put fuel in at their last stop, maybe. Maybe they were caught out by that. So we'll see what happens in a moment. Maybe there is some kind of issue. It's quite a long stop by the looks of things. Maybe they are changing drivers again. So we'll keep an eye on that. Looks like Everett is about to be lapped by Gert Beekers. side by side down the straight. And Kurt gets past nicely there. Drivers have been instructed that when racing, both drivers being passed and drivers making a pass, that the driver making the pass, that's doing the lapping, is to make the actual pass. The driver being passed is not to jump out of the way of the driver coming. They are entitled to their own race, so they are not to race the guy passing them, but they don't have to jump out of the way, so they can just roll off the throttle a little bit early, allow the guy to come past, and that's how we can have safer, predictable racing and hopefully have less incidents. As we see Gerrit Bierkes coming into the pit. So he has done double stint on the hards. Now I'm not sure if he's going to jump to the mediums right now. Just keep an eye on that so we can see he is changing tires as the car is lifted up. Quite a long stop. Definitely had a tire change, and now they'd be doing the fuel. Very curious to know what tires are being fitted. We can't see that at the moment. Stanton Augustus has now gone up into third place. It has dropped down to fourth. I think he'll probably drop down to fifth in a moment as Mateo comes past. And he does. Looks like the cloud cover is changing quite a lot. You can see the lighting changing as the sun goes behind the cloud, and then it's all getting onto the dirt a bit there. See all the marbles on the outside of the turn there into Lesmo 1. Track temperature, we're still sitting at ambient 31 and track temperature of 48. I would imagine at some point it's going to start cooling slightly. I'm just monitoring the weather in the background here, just seeing what is going on. Oh, we watched Gerrit actually tipping a wheel on the dirt again there. Looks like the sun once again is behind the cloud. Still an extremely hot day there in Italy today. So we see Dumont currently in the pits. And we have Andrea Gandosi also in the pits in front of him. So the two of them are both in. Let's see now, is Andrea going to do a driver swap? He's done a pit stop already, so I would assume this will be a driver swap. And I see, looks like Everett has handed it over to Santiago as well. Nice to have Santiago in the race now. Let's see how Santiago goes. And Andrea has handed over to Francesco. So another driver swap there. We also have Mateus into the pits. A bit of swapping going on there. I'm not sure if there was any contact there. It looked like they were being a bit cautious out of the pits. Of course, in rFactor, it is very realistic in the pits. You can have contact in the pits, unlike other sims. Just like you do in real life, you have contact in the pits. It is the most dangerous place on the racetrack, is the pit lane. Right, so Stanton Augustus currently in 5th place. Let's see if he picks up a place or two with the pit stops going on. He should, I imagine, pick up at least 4th place as Mateus is in the pits. So Santiago now on track. Let's see how he gets up to speed. I think he is slightly faster than Everett if I remember correctly. Apologies if I'm wrong. So that might do well. They might be able to slowly catch the gap to, I think it's Mateus that is technically in front of them once everything settles. Francesco, I haven't seen Francesco's pace. I know he has been on the server quite a lot, but I haven't actually seen his lap times. But he is part of Team Shibba, so he definitely won't be slow. So we'll keep an eye on all the drivers. And we do have a driver swap as well, as Luciano has now jumped into the car for NXT Sim Racing 1. Alright, I'm going to let the auto camera do its work for a bit so that I can relax my fingers. I'll relax my voice in a moment, but for now I'll relax fingers. We have our leader jumping into the pits. And we have 2nd place also currently in the pits. According to that time, although 2nd place is out, so he's stayed in 2nd place. And a 28-second lead over 3rd place. Which is now crossing the line and now on the same lap. Same lap as the leader, I mean, sorry, clarify that. So Giuseppe's still currently in the pits. The gap to Gerrit is coming down all the time. Pit stops do take quite a while when you're doing tyre and fuel. But of course they run the car quite low, so they have to fill it up. Now, according to that screen, it's saying that Gerrit is currently in the pits, but he's definitely not. I'm just going to refresh that. Timing on that. There we go. So our leader did get out the pits. He has a 20-odd second gap. It looks like it's dropped slightly, so he's just exited the pit. He didn't have a driver swap for Giuseppe Pistori. He's decided to stay in the car, so he obviously went for a pit stop just to add fuel and tyres and have another go. So maybe they're only going to do one driver swap, maybe towards the end of the race. Standing Augustus now right up behind Jeffrey Ross. We're nearing the halfway mark of the race. We're ever so close. With Jeffrey Ross, we'll probably see Stanton come past at some point. Salvatore, nice to have you in the chat. Good to have you supporting your family members. Hopefully you'll come join them at some point. We can expand our series from the top drivers. Yes, Team Sugar is definitely one of the bigger names in racing, so great to have you guys here. Looking forward to a round where we have a full field. Unfortunately, lots of guys not here today. I think the next round we might have probably closer to 15 cars on track, so that would be nicer. Double what we have at the moment. And then we might also have a couple of prototypes to make things a bit more exciting, which would be great, I think. I'm going to jump back to the main feed again. Since we have some of the Team Sugar guys in the comments watching the feed, perhaps you could also just give us a bit of insight. You know, we are very new to endurance. You guys are very experienced in endurance racing. This is our first time hosting an endurance series. I think we we're hoping to have a lot more drivers on board, but I think some guys are just a bit scared of doing endurance and everything it gives. It is quite a challenge as a driver, as a team as well. Perhaps next round we do slightly shorter races to see if we can get drivers to join. Maybe the longer races are a bit daunting for some of the drivers. If we were to drop, say, to a 2-hour race, then we could have drivers that could do it in solo as well. It might make it a bit more of an option for those that have had teammates that maybe aren't quite capable of making it. Oh, thank you very much. That is quite a compliment. Thank you very much. We certainly are trying our best. It would be nice to have the support of everyone, and we certainly want to see endurance racing succeed. I see our timing seems to have, on the timing screen, has gone a bit wonky again. It's showing that we have rFactor in the pits. He's definitely not in the pits, as we can see. I'm just going to refresh the overlays, and then he should be back on track. He's back on track. He's now on the medium tire, so that's all sorted out. Oh, thank you very much. Now, unfortunately, we don't have our more technical commentator. We're sometimes joined by a commentator, Sean Woodgate, who helps us out with some of the other races. He's a ex-FIA certified commentator. He actually raced or commentated at races in Zandvoort and other areas of South Africa as well. So he's a very accomplished real-world commentator who has been converted to sim racing as he's retired from real-world commentary. So he started commentating with us. But unfortunately, the endurance races just haven't quite worked out for him. He was hoping to join us, but hasn't yet joined us. He's very, very technical and brings lots and lots of facts. I'm more of an ex-racer. I raced in real life, so I have that experience. But commentary is not something it doesn't come naturally to me. So thank you very much. We certainly hope that we can improve as we go forward. Giuseppe getting a little wheel on the dirt there, throwing up a little bit of dust and dirt. Otherwise looking very smooth. Once again, just a little bit of dirt, nothing too bad. I don't think he lost any ground or momentum from that. Once again, 3 in a row, 3 corners in a row, just a little bit of dirt. Maybe the tyre wear is just starting to be an issue. Although the tyres should still be fairly fresh, maybe they're a bit cold still. Let's have a look at our track temperature. Track temperature, I think, is still fluctuating or sitting around about the 31 degrees ambient. Ambient temperature is 31. Track temperature is still sitting at around 48, so it's hasn't yet started to cool. Nice summer's day there in Italy at the moment. One of the best circuits in the world, and you've got probably one of the best conditions to race in. Although to be probably a little bit better, having it probably in the mid-20s temperature-wise, ambient. And that, I think, is the best temperature for track temperature and air density for the engines. So Francesco doing a great job at the moment. Last lap was a 48.8. Our drivers at the moment, in P1 we had a 48.4 on the last lap. In P2, Gerrit Birkus a 48.5. He's actually just crossed the line, then a 48.9. P3 a 48.8, which we'll see when he crosses the line. That was the previous lap. As they start to cross the line, that will all get updated. Stanton Augustus has had a bad lap on the last lap on a 51.7. P5 had a 49.1, so he's actually catching up slightly, and P6 on a 49.2. So they were actually both almost 2 seconds faster than Stanton Augustus. So a real bad lap there by Stanton. P3 doing a 48.6 on the last lap. So the slowest of the top 3 on the last lap was Gerrit Birkus, having a rather bad lap of a 48.9. Hopefully he can pick it all up and get going again. We see a fastest first sector for Luciano at the moment. Personal best of a 36.145 in sector 1. Don't often see that many personal bests at this stage of the race. But it's a newer driver, so perhaps he's just slightly fast at this stage of the race compared to his teammate. Maybe he's also changed the engine mapping. depending on your driving style and how aggressive you are, you can get away with driving in perhaps a qualifying mode. I know I would sometimes on certain tracks I would drive in qualifying mode. Some tracks I would drive in race mode. I never ever liked race lean, but I did at one event. Oh, just see Luciano spinning and losing it there and collecting the wall. And that's not good. Hopefully he can engage reverse and get out of there. It has. I think he was just waiting for the car to come past there. He'll probably peel into the pits now and get a bit of repairs done. He was starting to look quite good. His lap times were improving. His pace was improving. I guess he's decided he'll carry on and see if the car is good enough. It wasn't that big of an impact, so it should be fine. But he lost a lot of time there. Stanton Augusta is currently in 4th place. Last lap was a 49.8, so he's at least picked up the pace again. As did Kurt Birkus, did a 48.7 on last lap, so also picked up the pace slightly. Pretty much keeping the gap to 3rd place pretty even, around about 29-30 seconds. The gap to 1st place is about 24 seconds. That actually grew slightly after the pit stops. Kurt was actually keeping Giuseppe honest at around 10-11 seconds for a while. There were several laps there where they sort of stayed pretty even. Right, I'm back. Sorry, I just had to take a small breather there. Try and save my voice. I know the first race I did this, my voice was struggling by the end. Just a small break here there. It's amazing how much it can preserve your voice. So the softest car in the field by the looks of things, Garrett Beckers. Definitely looks like he has more nose dive as he hits the brakes. Could also just be the nature of the car, but he did say he does have quite soft springs in the front. I believe we have another driver swap. We have Vichio now in the car. Oh, no, we don't. It is it's the same driver. Sorry, I was under the impression we had a driver swap, but we don't. It's just now I'm seeing surnames here, not full names. I'm being caught out by this. So currently the gaps on track, we have quite a lot of big gaps. Unfortunately, we have a 25-second gap from P1 to P2, a 29-second gap from P2 to P3. That seems quite static. So the two of them are either having good laps, bad laps, good lap, bad laps, and it's sort of fluctuating 29, 30 seconds, actually just gone over 30 seconds. And then there's a 60-second gap back to Stanton, and a 48-second gap back to Luciano. Then it's an 8-second gap back to Santiago and a 2-lap gap back to Jeffrey. Jeffrey unfortunately had a few issues, but at least he's still in the race. And that old saying, you have to be in it to win it. So if you are still in it, you always at least have a chance of something happening that plays in your favor. Ah, thanks, Monet. Appreciate it. If you want to come chat, you can come jump into the chat, come say how's it. Always good to have a familiar voice. So Giuseppe looking nice and smooth at the moment. No dirt being thrown up at the moment, so he's, I guess, had enough of that. For a moment there, I thought it was going to be commentators cursing onto the dirt again, but it managed to stay on the curb quite nicely. Nice and smooth there. And Lesmo 1, Lesmo 2, the lap or two back, he definitely looked a little bit more ragged. He's definitely calmed down, so I don't know if it was just tire temperature or tire wear even. Car definitely looking a lot more planted at the moment. Maybe it was also just the extra fuel in the car, just extra weight, pushing the car a little bit more. Actually catching up to Stanton Augustus, so Stanton's about to be lapped. So Monet, since you're in the chat, let me just give you an update. I'm not sure if you've been watching the whole time. So it looks like from the next round on, we will have multi-class racing. We will have some prototypes in the field. Nick from Advanced Simulation has set it right, so he's given us the go-ahead. So we're going to use some of his cars, which are some are free, some are paid. So we will start off with the two of the free ones, which is the Porsche and the Ferrari. So the guys can choose to drive either of those. It won't cost them anything. They can just jump in. We can have some multi-class racing. That'll bring, hopefully, their community along. Be great to have some of them. If they can jump in and join us, and we can have a few extra cars on field, plus it'll be multi-class. And if we maybe drop the time of the race down a bit, we might actually have a few more drivers join, because I think at the moment the longer races are a bit daunting for some of the drivers. So yeah, next race should be quite an exciting race. Yeah, it'd be nice to have you back in the races as well. So we've had a couple of guys, unfortunately, due to various reasons, that weren't able to race, but we do have a couple of drivers that were left single that didn't want to do a whole 4-hour race on their own. So there were some drivers that were willing to team up with others, but didn't get a chance. I know this particular round we had Adib Camildian that couldn't make it, so that left Julian to drive solo. We had Maurice van Wyk that couldn't make it, so he left Andre Hildebrandt, which couldn't drive alone. He did try it to one race, but right at the end he just couldn't make it. I think with about half an hour to go, he just couldn't go any further. So there are a couple of guys willing to jump in the car if Monet, if you need another driver. There are, of course, some other drivers that were willing to drive but couldn't find a teammate, so we just need to get everyone together in a car. So we should be able to possibly get 13, 14, maybe 15 GT3s, and then maybe a couple of prototypes. That'll certainly change the outlook of the race quite a lot. I'm actually a bit surprised that the weather hasn't changed much since the race started. It's been pretty consistent. We are using live weather. Live weather has stayed ambient 31. Track temperature has actually just come down a bit as I spoke. I've been watching it the whole time, and as I started my sentence, it was still on 48, and then as I looked up again, it's just gone down to 47. So maybe we do now have a bit of temperature changing. Oh, great stuff. That'd be nice, yeah. Be nice to have your car back on track. I miss seeing the Cool Runnings car. Yeah, we definitely want to keep the endurance stuff going. It was looking a bit tough for a while, but looks like there's a bit more interest coming again. So if we get the numbers up and get the guys to start joining again, that'll be great. Still a couple other guys that are on the fence to join, so they might join. This is our first time doing a proper endurance series, so we had a few teething issues, but we've got around the skinning, which I think has also put some of the guys off, so that's now at least sorted. We have that all going through the Steam Workshop, so anyone watching that wants to join, you can get our skins on the Steam Workshop. You just download it, and then you can join our server. Once you have all the skins loaded, you just need to have the server name and password, and away you go. Definitely does make life a lot easier using the Steam Workshop once it's all sorted out. And of course we are on the sim grid, so that's another thing that will hopefully bring in a few more drivers. So I've seen a few rFactor guys showing interest there, and that's not really an rFactor platform, but there are a couple of guys doing rFactor there. We are one of them. So you can join the sim grid, look for this eXperience SA community, sign up there, and then you can join any of our rFactor races that we do there, including this endurance race. The cars are being very cautious on the curves. I guess in an endurance race you don't attack the curves like you do in the sprint race. In a sprint race you really throw the cars over the curves. You're quite violent with the car. The car doesn't have to last as long, so you tend to abuse it a bit more. But certainly they're into the first chicane. You can see they're avoiding the sausage curves, just going over here as well. Not too aggressive over the curves, nice and smooth. Just preserve the car, keep everything nice and in line. A bit on the dirt there and out of shape there, lost a bit of momentum down the straight as well. We have, of course, crossed over the 2-hour mark, so we have gone past the halfway mark. 1 hour 55 left to go. Perhaps while we're watching the drivers, I can just quickly show you what our championship standings are. Let's just take away all of our timing for now. So our championship standings coming into this round. We have Team Shiba 1 on 31 points. We have Team RS Grip Level on 26 points. NXT Sim Racing 1 on 23 points. NXT Sim Racing 2 on 22 points. Team Shiba 2 on 19 points. Sim Experience Global 3 on 18 points. Full Throttle on 15 points. RR Racing on 14 points. Sim Experience Global 1 on 12 points. And the rest of the teams all on 0 points. Now we should see quite a change in that. First of all, the Team RS teams, none of them are here tonight. So we should see the 2 Team RS teams joining for the next round. Of course, they're also very fast teams. So Team Shiba should maintain the lead quite comfortably. They should have a 20 odd something point lead at that point. I think it is. Is it the Team Shiba 1 car or Team Shiba 2 car that is in the lead? I'm actually not too sure. Let me have a look at that. That's actually a good question that I've just asked myself. Which Team Shiba car is currently being driven by Giuseppe Pistori? Let's see if we can get a bit of information on our driver. Team Shiba 1. Okay, so Team Shiba 1 is the car currently being driven by Giuseppe. So if we go back to our points here, go to the driver box. So Team Shiba 1 will extend their lead. Team RS will then have a bigger gap to them. We'll have NXT Sim Racing jumping up to P2, or Team Shiba 2 maybe jumping up to P2. I think with the result they've got, that's going to be quite close. I think they will just take it. Full Throttle will definitely jump up there, as will RR Racing. I think Sim Experience Global might jump up with a few points as well. So we'll see a little bit of changing. Yeah, so it's good. It should shake things up slightly for the next round. Right, get our tile back up. Let's see if we can get a bit more detail on our team. Team Shiba. Oh, I realized I didn't have the PC sound on. Apologies for that. I'm not sure how long I haven't had it on for. So the gap from P1 to P2 has grown slightly to 29 seconds. The gap from P2 to P3 has grown slightly to 32 seconds. Gap to P4 has also grown to 93 seconds. So Stanton's had a couple of really bad laps. Of course, he did get lapped, so that would have cost him a bit of time. course we can do a dual feed like this so we can see a bit more information. And just P1 and P2 currently. So hour 49 to go, just under an hour and 50 minutes. Quite a long way to go still. I'm pretty sure we'll still see a couple of driver swaps. As we see Jeffrey Rouse heading into the pits, that might be for a driver swap. I'm going to see if I can get someone else to join us in commentary. Alright guys, we are joined by Julian Brains. Welcome Julian.
How's it, Dennis? How are you? Hi everybody.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
actually
good, we're
supposed
good.
to be in this race.
Yeah, unfortunately not in the race. You didn't have a teammate for this race. That's a bit of a shame.
Well, I would have done it solo, but unfortunately I had a bit of work that I took and ran a little bit over time. So yeah, that's unfortunately what happened. I would have tried to do it on my own, but didn't get around to it. Didn't manage to make it back in time. So luckily I can still join you here in the commentary a little bit.
Yeah.
Between my family commitments. Am I coming through on the stream?
Yes, I believe so. Hopefully everyone can just confirm, but I believe you are. I can see the
There we go.
gauge is flickering here, so I believe everyone can hear you.
I'm loud and clear. I just confirmed. So how's things been going? Catch me up.
The race has been quite static regards to positions. We did have one change at the front. We had P2 getting a penalty, so that was one of the sugar cars. The driver currently in P3, although it wasn't that driver, it was the other driver. So they dropped a position actually down to P4 and they've worked their way back up to P3. So Gerrit has been holding station in P2 nicely at the moment. He's also driving solo in this round because unfortunately Jean-Louis de Toy couldn't make it. As is Stanton Augustus because Tony Belafonte is not joining him for this race. So there were a couple of guys that have their teammates just unable to join, and there were a couple other teams that had other issues with their drivers as well. So unfortunately we're down quite a few drivers. But for the next round, we're hoping to have quite a big change. We should have a few more drivers joining, but we should also have multi-class become a thing. So we will have the advanced simulation community hopefully be joining us. We have
That's exciting.
the appraise of Nick, who's the founder. So he's given us the go-ahead. So we're going to be using some of their cars. So it's some free cars. There will be some DLC or paid mods that you could use as well, but we'll see how to implement that. But for now, we have two cars that are available to use. That'll be the Ferrari and the Porsche. So those are nice prototype cars. So that should bring a different element of the racing to the endurance racing, and hopefully bring up the numbers and make it a lot more exciting to watch as well.
Yeah, no, definitely very exciting news that those guys will be joining us, and I think the numbers on track will make all the difference. Obviously, you lose so much it being team racing, so you can half the field by the amount of participants, obviously, because 2 people per car, at least.
Yeah.
So basically. What I wanted to say was that I think it's safe to say that if I did participate, I'd be sitting in a firm P8 now. So that's good, you know. At least I would have had a top 10 finish.
Yes. Guaranteed.
100%. Well, that it is endurance racing, so guaranteed you finish. You know, given the nature of rFactor as well, we have blown engines before and been left stranded and had to escape, so we didn't finish the race. You know, that was, I mean, we're still talking about this incident.
It's one of those things. But the thing is, it happens in real life, and it happened in the sim. And what sim did it happen in? rFactor. rFactor is pretty good at simulating things, which sometimes you don't want it to simulate. Like, why did it have to simulate it on that particular lap?
So, in a sense, everybody in at the moment is in for good points as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yeah, points are top 10, so everyone in the race is getting points today.
And some of the teams like myself and Adib are going to have to do a bit of catching up come the new additions. But now, how would it work with the new additions? Do they also just start at a fresh start, or what's the thinking there? It's a different race entirely because they're a different class?
It's a different class, so they will be prototypes, so they won't be affecting your points. And if a new driver joins GT3, that won't affect you either, because that will be a new driver, and he obviously won't have any of the prior race points.
Okay. So they're just starting a sort of a fresh thing, but they're racing on the same track as us, which is going to make it a lot more exciting. You know,
Yes.
watching your rearview mirrors changes the whole thing.
And I think it also gives the guys a lot more experience. You know, endurance racing is not like sprint racing where you look forward. Endurance racing, you're constantly looking in your mirrors. And you have to pace yourself. It's not about putting your foot down, going as fast as you can. It's about preserving yourself and the car till the end.
No, definitely. And speaking of which, like, what is the deal here? These, the P1 at the moment, the Pastore, I think, are they racing together? The Giuseppe's
It's
racing
just Giuseppe,
with you?
yeah.
Alone?
Just Giuseppe's alone, yeah.
So he's on the mediums and everybody else on the hards, but what's the deal with that? I saw Gerrit was on the mediums as well. He's just stopped and now gone into third for a set of hards. So
I think we did still have the rule running where you have to run 2 compounds in a race.
Compounds. Okay, so Gerrit's just basically doing that pit stop now.
Yeah, it looked like mediums weren't going to be the choice. At some points, it looked like some guys wanted mediums, but then it looked like everyone decided hards was the choice. We did have some guys start on the mediums. I think the first 3 guys were different to the latter drivers. Then everyone seemed to sort of neutralize and go onto the hards, and now it looks like Giuseppe has decided to do his medium stint. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see some hot lap times in a moment.
Cool. So I mean, I can't see lap timing or anything like this. I need to get the live timing up. That's what I need to do.
Lap timing, I have it in front of me. So if we look at the leaders, the last lap we had a 48.3, the best of a 47.6. So that we'll keep an eye on. That's likely to change soon. In P2, they've just had a pit stop, so that lap time is irrelevant. Best of a 48.3. P3 also a pit stop, so irrelevant times. So I think we have to wait a lap or 2 before we get proper lap time relevance. Yeah, unfortunately, a couple of drivers had a few penalties in the pit stand and had a penalty, got a stop-go. We saw P2 at the time get a drive-through penalty. He's currently now in P2. Francesco wasn't the driver at the time. Sorry, I've gone blank on who the driver was. So that was something I think saw. It wasn't Marco Rabellini. I think it was Jeffrey Rouse. I think also maybe had a penalty. So we have seen a couple of minor penalties. Did see a couple of guys cut tracks as well and get laps invalidated. So if you get too many invalidations, you'll also get a drive-through penalty. So that could be an issue as well. So drivers are looking quite clean out there. No one going too far off track, and it's looking quite decent at the moment. All driving within themselves quite nicely. You see Stanton Augustus currently in the pits.
Quality race so far, then, by the sounds of things.
Yes, low numbers, but so far the quality of the racing has been pretty good.
Yeah.
We've seen only one incident on track where it wasn't... Who was the driver? It wasn't Santiago. It was one of the other drivers from NXT. Just spun, lightly touched the wall, reversed, waited for... There was a car coming, which was Gerrit. He reversed a little bit after Gerrit had come past, got going again, and no problems after that. As we see Stanton now heading out of the pits.
Somebody else must be in the pits as well, because I still see only now 6 cars on track.
Yes, it is now. Santiago is in the pits, so I'm not sure if Everett will jump back in the car. We will see in a moment. I don't think so. No, it looks like Santiago is doing a double stint. And I'm quite surprised that Giuseppe is not lighting up the times with his medium tires on.
So he hasn't had mediums on before?
I don't think so. I believe at the start, or maybe at the start.
He had mediums on when I first tuned in.
Maybe it was at the start. He was maybe it was the top.
Maybe he's just running those mediums much longer than everybody else, which is also quite a feat, because everybody else seems to have come in and gone to the hards, and he still seems to be out there on those mediums. I can see that he's done 2 pit stops. Gerrit has done 3 pit stops. So Gerrit is 1 pit stop down to them. So they should be pitting pretty soon. At the moment, I'm trying to see what other info I've got here on the live timing.
Yeah, on the timing that I have, I can see the lap times and I can see who's pitted.
I can see who's pitted. I can see what the fastest lap times are. I can see that he's got the fastest with a 1:47.68. Gerrit's fastest is a 48.32. So about, what's that, 6/10 the difference? Just over?
Yeah.
So it's still pretty close. It's just the consistency of it all and the duration of the race, which,
Yeah, there was a
did
part where...
lap again? Was that Pistori? Did he just put in the fastest lap again?
No, last lap he did a 48.7, which was fastest overall out of all the drivers, but no, not fastest of the race.
Salvatore Pastore. Is that another Pastore? Is that the other Pastore brother?
That is
well,
one of them.
Comments,
One of the very fast drivers.
Thank you for us and thank you to you. So there we go. Then we've got all 7 back on track now. Yeah, it's a real shame that the numbers are so bad. It's a pity I couldn't be in this race. But you know what? These guys are difficult to keep up with, Dennis.
But that's the beauty of it, eh?
To keep up with, you have to have a game in order to run with this field.
Yeah, when you got some of the top drivers in you, that definitely motivates you to drive a lot harder, and you've got to make sure that you don't make mistakes. Even if you're just a fraction off the pace, if you're consistent, you have a chance.
Yeah, the problem is that they are all pretty consistent as well.
Yes, but in endurance racing, there are other factors. As you are aware, you could blow your engine. You could have brake failure like Chris Collison had in one of the other endurance races where his brakes, we've never seen that happen before. The brakes literally just failed. And that was a mechanical failure on the sim due to whatever reason. So you could have issues like that. You could maybe have an issue lapping a back marker. You could maybe have an issue going into the pits where you just make a small error. So as long as you're close enough, you have a chance. There's so many factors that come into it, as we see Giuseppe now heading into the pits.
Oh, there we go. That was the pit stop we anticipated.
So now we need to keep an eye on, let's see, P2, for example. P2 will now unlap himself.
Francesco Tontaro.
So this will bring the gap down, and I think Gerrit Beerkes will also, I think he's not that far back as he now unlaps himself as well. So they're now on the lead lap again, because they had obviously pitted a little bit earlier.
And then is Stanton running in fourth, or that's not Stanton behind him there?
It's Stanton in fourth, but there wasn't him behind on screen. No, he's going to Lismore 1 at the moment.
I say.
Yeah, Stanton unfortunately had a bit of bad luck with his speeding in pit lane, so got a stop-go penalty for that. So that kind of put him out of contention, because he was kind of hanging in there, probably a fraction slower at that point than what Gerrit was. But after that, he's struggled a bit, and his tyre wear has been a bit higher by the looks of things, and by what he was saying, he was struggling with degradation. But I'm actually quite surprised, because something I did point out on stream, if you watch Gerrit's car versus everyone else's car, watch the amount of body roll that he's getting, especially on the brakes with the front and the way it dips. So that front being so much softer is also going to affect your tyre wear.
Yeah, but Gerrit is always hard on tires. Gerrit is... Yeah, he's... It's seldom the case that he's doing better on tires than others.
But you can visibly see the amount of body roll in the car. So he's definitely running softer than others, and that might or might not affect his tyre wear either way. Whether it makes him wear more, I would assume it's going to make him wear a bit more. Give him a bit more front wear, which is going to ultimately give him probably a bit of understeer.
Maybe on tires though, he'll manage.
Hmm.
I'm sure he can pull himself back toward it. But he did lose a place with that last pit stop. But
P2 hasn't pitted yet though.
Yeah, P2 hasn't pitted. And has there been a driver swap?
With Gerrit's driving
Pastori's driving now. Pastori swapped and Andrea Zampini's in the car.
That's right, yeah. So now Andrea will, I guess, go till the end, because Giuseppe's been driving the whole way at the moment. So Andrea has now stepped in. I guess Giuseppe's the number one driver, so they gave him a bit more time in the car. So that might also be something to look out for, because you've got Francesco in P2 who's 24 seconds back. He still has to make another pit stop, I believe. We've got Gerrit Beerkes only 9 seconds back from him. He's done his pit stop. So like I say, it's still all to play for. And we've still got an hour and a half to go.
But you must take fatigue into account as well. They've got fresh legs, and Gerrit's been in the seat now, and he's driving this race solo.
Yes, that's all things to take into account.
I'm sure somebody is lining up with some sort of a device to let him relieve himself.
Well, locally we have a bit of a joke that came out through our commentary that if Gerrit didn't win, he didn't get supper, because we had night races generally. So maybe he's dying to have something to eat, so he's pushing hard today.
Yeah, going to the loo in that pit stop is a pretty tight affair if you're driving this race alone.
Yes.
I was watching a race the other day. Some guy did a 20... how many hours race did he do on his own? It was a hell of a race. I think it was a 6 hours of something, and he did it alone.
So there we see Andrea making a mistake into T1. Running a bit deep. Keeps it on track, but lost a bit of speed there. Vittoria saying, bravo Giuseppe. Yeah, Giuseppe, great job, by the way. What a stint.
Yeah, no, what a hell of a stint. And he did that entire stint on mediums.
I think he did the one before the last stint was on hards.
I stand corrected. Yeah. I wasn't there at the beginning. Unfortunately, we've had to take some work today. So
it looks like Andrea is struggling to get up to speed at the moment, making a mistake here and there. Maybe the tires are now a bit either flat spotted or just a bit cold. He's got Stanton Augustus now reeling him in slightly.
Maybe it's just the psychological pressure of not being able to of having Augustus in the wings like that, because we know Stanton's pace is not far off.
Yeah, on his day, Stanton can definitely fight there, but he just had a bit of bad luck today, and as a result, he's not on the lead lap. So that's something which they might not know. There, the leader, the car behind them is a lap down though. That's not for position.
I haven't seen any lap times put in by Zampini yet, because the fastest lap time is the only one I see. Is there a different live timing I could access? No, you've got it all within.
Yeah, I've got it within. Well, at the moment, he's only done the one out lap, which was a 3 minute 21. So that is a long pit stop lap. This will be a first time lap, but we know he made a mistake on this lap, and he did a 49.6.
Okay, but that sounds about right. So
That's not too bad, considering he actually made a big mistake into turn 1 where he ran very deep there. Gets it much better this time around. So if we look at our other drivers in P2, Francesco,
running 48s consistently, and that does leave us with a pretty tight race toward the end.
yes, so P2 is 49s, 49.8, high 49. So Garrett is closing that gap. Last lap,
And he
Garrett
has
did a
pulled away from Stanton. Look at that.
yes,
did
but quite
Stanton-
away. Yeah,
Did Stanton push into the pits?
no, not yet.
No, Stanton's in the pits.
No,
Stanton
that timing I
just-
think has decided to go wonky again. Let me refresh it. He's definitely on track.
Let's see him then. Show him to us.
And there he is. That's definitely not the pit lane. It's a very fast pit lane if it is.
But then he did definitely pull away. Quite fast, actually.
Yeah, but look at
Nice for
Carrot.
that.
I'm going to go back to Carrot because look at Carrot. He's now down to 7 seconds to Francesco. So he's closing in on P2. He's
Nicely
faster than
done.
P1. So Carrot is currently the fastest driver on track. He definitely won supper tonight.
Well, if that comment bought him supper. Listen, speaking of supper and home responsibilities, let me go and check in.
Right.
And I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay, I'll see you just now. Enjoy. Nice to have Julian joining us. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to drive today. Would have been much nicer if he was driving. But he'll be back at the next race as well. Some of our other drivers. So we should have several more cars on track next time out. Right, as you see Carrot getting past. Is that Michael Rabellini? It is Michael Rabellini. I hadn't actually noticed that Michael Rabellini jumped in the car the last time around when we saw Jeffrey going into the pits. So Carrot is on the move at the moment. Lost a bit of time there behind Michael, as you do when you're lapping cars. So the gap from P1 to P2 has started to extend slightly. Francesco's actually had a few bad laps. He did a 150.1 on the last lap. So it's actually him that's going backwards rather than the others going forward. Andrea Zampini in P1 did a 149.1. Carrot in P3 did a 149.2. And we saw Carrot get held up slightly there, and he has been in the 48. So I think Carrot is still the man on the move at the moment. I think at this stage of the race, he's definitely looking quite comfortable. Hopefully his arm can hold out. Santiago on the last lap also doing a 49.7, so Santiago doing pretty good pace at the moment. I think he's also slowly reeling in Stanton Augustus at this rate. The gap is quite large between them at the moment, but 39 seconds. Anything can happen with a gap like that. It's still, he's on the same lap. A mistake by Stanton or another penalty by Stanton, and he can definitely get Stanton, so he's still in the fight. Luciano behind is 17 seconds back from Santiago though. But I think that was a mistake earlier in the race by the previous driver that has left the car. The car actually looks a bit damaged, so I'm not sure if Luciano has maybe gone off at some point, but the right front of the car looks a bit crumpled. So he's obviously collected the wall or something. Because usually the BMW is the faster of the two NXT cars. The Mercedes is usually the slower of the two. One arm bandit, yes. Carrot is definitely sending it. Just keep his arm in one piece for us, please. We don't want him not making it. He's driving very well at the moment. Need to be massaging his arm while he's driving. For those that don't know, Carrot drives with one arm only. So yeah, fantastic job there by Carrot. Marco Rabellini hanging in there at the moment. So the gap P1 to P2 is still pretty consistent at the moment. P1 has dipped into the 48s again, a 48.9 on the previous lap. Well, not the fastest driver on track. The fastest driver on track once again, Gerrit Beekers. So Gerrit is definitely catching. Hour and 24 minutes to go, and the way pit stops play out, anything can happen. So Francesco currently 27 seconds back. He was at 49.3, so about 6/10 slower than what Gerrit was in the last lap. So the gap between himself and Gerrit, that's come down to just under 7 seconds. Fluctuates depending on the part of the track at the moment, just over 7 seconds. I think tyre wear is also going to play a big part. They're all on the hards at the moment. I think the hards you can, drifting a bit wide there, Francesco, that's going to cost you a bit of time. Running off track there's a little bit less grip, and you definitely get a bit more spin as well. So come onto the track, you've lost grip, plus your tyres are now going to be a bit dirty, so you've got to be slightly cautious into turn 1. So that's going to cost him a bit, although it actually technically hasn't yet. According to the times, he's still 7.2 ahead. We might see an error into turn 1, but no, it actually gets it perfect. So well driven there, Francesco. Well hauled. Although we do see the gap coming down to roughly 7 seconds again, and then growing through the acceleration phase. So I think the Gerrit's charge has just been neutered ever so slightly. His lap times are now low 49s, not high 48s. Last lap he did a 49.1. If he can stay in the 48s, he will definitely catch. The last lap Francesco went off track, so it doesn't show his lap time. And the gap is ever so slightly coming down, so he's definitely on the hunt for P2. He can still get P2. P1 is going to be a bit more of a challenge, but it is still possible. Well, the gap to P1 is growing. So the gap overall between Gerrit and P1 is currently 34.9 seconds. We'll see on the next lap when he comes under the Fanatec bridge what the gap is like. One thing with Gerrit having gone for a slightly softer suspension, he can be a bit more aggressive over the curbs, which was the reason why he went for the softer suspension. So the softer springs will obviously absorb the bumps a bit better, so you can maybe be a bit more aggressive attacking the curbs, especially with worn tyres. I think that'll be a benefit. But also with the softer suspension, your tyres will wear a bit quicker, so we'll see how it plays out. It seems to be working quite well for Gerrit at the moment. Something we can maybe start keeping an eye out is just looking back from Francesco's car. Just see at some point we're going to start seeing Gerrit, because the gap has started to fluctuate into the 5-second barrier, depending on where it would fluctuate into the 6s in the braking zones. It's actually just gone into the 4s. So at some point we're going to start seeing Gerrit in his mirrors. In fact, if I put that up, you can see that data on screen. So on the right hand screen you're looking back from Francesco's car, and obviously the left hand screen you're watching Gerrit. And you can see the data there with the screen on the second feed, the gap between them. So what we are seeing at the moment is under the 5-second mark. So that's come down at quite a rate in the last lap, so I think maybe Francesco made a bit of a mistake. But on the feed on the left you can see how close they are. On the feed on the right you can't quite see him, he's just sort of too far in this. You can see a little bit of a dark spot there, that's Gerrit, but he is catching. So P2 under threat. How will you react? Gap coming across the line will be about 5 seconds, and perhaps we should watch it the next lap time as he crosses the finish line rather than halfway around the lap. He's definitely catching. one-armed bandit is going for the jackpot. Down to 3.5 seconds as we just hit the braking zone there, so that's coming down quite a lot. The last lap we had Francesco do a 1 minute 50 and Gerrit did a 1:48.8. So he was 1.3 seconds faster on the last lap, so there definitely was a problem there for Francesco. The gap seems to be growing slightly now at this phase of the lap. But I think the pressure's on with Francesco. If he makes too many mistakes, he's going to have Gerrit all over the back of him. How close can we see Gerrit in the rear view feed? I think probably from the... You can definitely see him clearer. When you get onto the straight, you'll get a bit smaller. But he's there. And he's catching up. The feed has decided to change, so let's go into a single feed. Well, since the second feed is now running properly, I'm going to actually get it up. Just take a quick break, go and get something to wet my throat. And hopefully I'll come back for a nice fight for the end, for the last hour. We can hopefully see a good fight for, certainly for P2, and hopefully for more. But at the moment it's come down to 3 seconds. I'm in two minds as to whether I should leave or not. You see Gerrit getting slightly on the dirt there, obviously pushing quite hard. Hope he doesn't push too hard and wear his arm out. Obviously driving with one arm, it's a lot more strain. He does drive with a direct drive wheel, so that's putting a lot of strain on his arm. So he must just pace himself and make it to the end, because he's driving really good at the moment. Alright, I'm going to put up the second feed for now. That is now up. Alright, I'm going to leave that up. I will be back shortly.
I wonder if I'm live on the stream. I wonder where Dennis is. Okay, I am live on the stream. That's cool. That's good to know. So, we got some nice comments in here. Give me a moment, guys. Bath time is about to commence. Just make sure they're all set up and good to go for bath time. That's, I'm sure, where Dennis is as well. Getting that bath to the perfect temperature.
Alright, hello everyone. I am back. Just have to get something to drink, have a quick nibble, and also just help out with the kids, get them out the bath. Now, the bath, I wouldn't say I'm all fed. A little bit of a snack, and I have a little bit of something to wet my throat. So it looks like the gap between P2 and P3 is down to 2 seconds, so that is extremely close at the moment. is very, very close. Perhaps we should do a dual view of that so that we can actually see what's happening. Definitely help being able to see all the information. Perhaps I can put that away. Let's put that away, but then we put that up. Maybe help us out just to know what's happening on track.
Okay, you're back.
Yes, hi Julian. Welcome.
Good, I'm also back.
Just had something to wet my throat and then just help the kids out of the bath.
I knew it, I called it. I've even said it on the stream just before this. And I was just sorting out bath time as well. They are happily in the bath, so there we go. Now we've got a lovely, thrilling last hour of this race to go.
With 2 seconds between second and third.
I don't have a live preview from you. I'm watching on the stream.
Probably was turned off when you weren't here. But you should have a feed again.
Ah, indeed. And I see you got some nice comments as well.
Yeah.
Team Shiba confirming that Zampini is taking it all the way for them. So, telling him that it's his big moment. What did they say? Andrea Zampini, it's your moment to take us to the checkered flag in P1. So those are their hopes. Nice to see. So we know what to expect.
I see P2 and P3 coming up now to Jeffrey Rouse, who's taken over from Marco Rabellini. Oh, he's just gone off track as well. Now I saw when I came back in, I saw they were coming out of the pits, so I think they'd had an incident. It was a very long pit stop, that's what makes me think it was an incident. So Carrot definitely looking strong, the gap down to 1.5 seconds. Starting to get a little bit ragged, but still fast nonetheless.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he's struggling a little bit with these tires.
And I think with fatigue as well.
Yeah, that certainly does play a part. You know, I'm sure his bladder is probably the biggest issue at the moment.
You know, in real life racing, they have a bladder system that they put in the car.
Like a catheter kind of thing.
Yes. So that they have to fill up, and I know that obviously is fine for fluids. What do you do when you need to make a number 2?
No, well, I mean, bruh, if you need to number 2, then you must not be racing. You're not going to be number 2 on the day then.
You're not going to be number 1, that's for sure. Yeah.
No P1, so you know. I'm sure in endurance racing the issue of relieving yourself is often an issue. Because a lot of guys have to double stint, you know. Some of the stronger guys in the real world teams, I'm sure, are forced to double stint here and there, and there's no time to go and take a little pit stop. I'm sure in the past people have taken over cars with wet seats.
Yes.
And you know, as men do, you just suck it up and you get in and you hoy, and you know, yeah, so yeah, that's yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge, doing it on your own. Besides just the mental fatigue, that's obviously, you know, it can drive you a bit nuts. Luckily, this is a nice long track, and you can really get into it, you know. And it's also very familiar to a lot of people. It can be a bit humdrum, but it can feel that way at least. But I think not for a lot of the guys that are racing here now. You know, I don't see a lot of them finding this to be a humdrum track. It's just a nice, comfortable place to just, you know where you are, know what you're doing, and just keep doing it. But therein lies the problem, you know.
Consistency, to keep doing it, that's the problem, yeah.
And to just stay at that limit, because, you know, especially a track like Monza, you know it so well, you know the limit so well. Now when you start making these incremental changes over hours, I'm finding I'm getting into longer and longer racing, but to be honest, I used to struggle with just 20-minute stints once upon a time.
Oh, so Gerrit making a bit of a mistake there into turn one.
Yeah, there we go. That's the fatigue we're talking about. That's that Jake marker kind of issue. They're changing on you ever so slightly, and you're making these mental notes, but then you try and push it. You think to yourself, am I lying to myself over 2 laps? I'll just go give it another meter or so, because it's like, and you do that, and then you overshoot it. So you probably find you'll pull it back now quite significantly. Not Gerrit.
We are into the final hour of the race as well. The drivers have made it 3 hours in.
Okay, so there I do see the last laps. So everybody's last laps are looking fairly consistent at the moment.
Yeah,
Like-
Gerrit is the only one that had an invalidated lap.
Yeah. But like 149s, that's where it's at the moment.
That's the problem, is everyone's stabilized and stabilized fast. So the gap that he was making up, he's actually lost a bit of time in the last lap or two. I think he got into a bit of slide. Maybe his tires are about to go. Look, he's got an hour to go, so it's getting close to pit stop time. Everyone's going to have to do at least one more stop. You can't go this far. I think you do roughly 50, 55 minutes depending on the stop. Also, welcome to the other people watching the stream. Johan Bierkus also saying if you need to make a number 2, you do it and you worry about it after the race. And Chris saying, float like a butterfly, sting like a bumblebee. Good to have you here, Chris. Sorry you're not able to race.
Oh, that is classic. Johan would definitely shit in your seat if you put him in.
Yeah. Well, I wonder, I mean, like he says, if you have to go, you have to go.
Yeah, that's the truth. Yeah, I think people will be a little bit more understanding if the seat's just a little bit wet before you get in.
Well, I mean, if you jump into the seat and you're expecting, let's say in real life, to do a 2-hour stint, and towards the end of your 2-hour stint, you start to need to go, and there's a problem with the other driver, and they tell you, oh, you have to do another 2 hours, and you know you can't last another 2 hours. You try your best.
Then you're going to sit in it, but it's just going to be a little bit damp for the next guy. But I mean, guys, like, you've just taken it too far, but by adding in a shit.
Well,
by adding in a number 2.
the thing is, it's something that in real life you do have to consider. So I know they do have special systems for bathroom breaks, but I don't know how the system works for that. There must be something. They can't just expect you just to hold it in, because that's also dangerous. Because now you don't drive correctly and it distracts you and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, there are systems in place. I just don't know how it all works. Maybe it's some form of a nappy system or something, but this is all the parts, the uncomfortable part of endurance racing, and that's what makes these drivers even more spectacular, is that they have to drive around these things in real life, and it's quite incredible.
No, 100%. So, Zampini's lap before this was a 48. Now he's just done a 150. Bierkus just did a 150 as well. So, but I think that was Bierkus on a bad lap. That was his mistake.
No,
So,
look, P1 150, P3 a 150, P4 a 150, P2 is a 140. Well, now I just did a 150. P5 a 149.
Everybody's there. Gerrit's gone up to P2.
And we have Francesco into the
That
pit.
just happened, and he just did a 49. So now Gerrit is chasing for the lead. And P1 Zampini. Well, no. That technically, that's not registering.
Seeing Sumare's comment there. So Gerrit had to go for a bathroom break while he was in the pits. And he was 10 seconds longer than his pit crew.
After his pit crew was ready.
Yeah.
Well, you know what, Sumare, you missed your opportunity there to jump into that car and show us how it's really done.
Hey, Sumare can drive. She's no slouch.
Huh?
We've seen her in the car before.
We've seen her in the ladies' championship.
But now, Sumare, why aren't you driving? You should actually jump in and help out Gerrit. And you're definitely a capable driver yourself. You'd jump in and do a bit if you could. I'm sure that would be beneficial to Gerrit if he's struggling. You jump in, at least just bring the car home for him.
The conversation is there. I try to take it back to lap times, and Johan has taken it all the way back to Gerrit had to do a number 2. That's with a pit stop. So that's why he did a 156. So that's not bad actually. That's like was a very fast pit stop.
Yeah, it was probably I wasn't going to say a splash and dash. A splash and dash won't get him to the end though. Maybe he's decided to leave the same tires on.
Maybe they had. I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me. How was that pit stop so quick? How did he do 156? Unless.
That was probably a lap with a mistake.
Okay, and here we have Bierkus hitting the deck.
Maybe it wasn't a pit stop. Maybe it was a penalty he served.
Ooh, maybe it was. That's more like it. That's more like that. That makes complete sense.
And Gerrit into the pits for a genuine pit stop. This could be interesting. Could also be that 156 was him coming into the pits. That's why his lap time was slower, because his pit box is after the checkered flag.
Understood.
Yeah, you don't have to match the times. You just have to do competitive times. And certainly seeing your times in some of the fun races that you did, you definitely weren't slow.
I don't want somebody to join. She's going to come and beat me. And it's not going to be a good look.
Yeah, certainly when we did a fun race, the one event, it was some pretty small cars. I was kind of wondering, was it her driving or was it Gerrit driving? Because her times were good. Very, very good. Oh, Santiago just getting it slightly wrong. Straight across the chicane there. Looks like his car's a bit banged up on the front left side.
Yeah, let's see some of these other guys. There's still seven other guys in this race. Jeffrey Jou's also up in the mix here, eh?
Yeah, he's had a bit of bad luck, unfortunately. I think when Michael was in the car, there was some incident that's cost him a bit of time. And I think in the first stint, I think Michael maybe had an incident as well. So pace-wise, not terrible. He's sort of there or thereabouts in the 49s. So he's not far off. He's just been a bit inconsistent in the race.
Yeah, they're 7. No, Jeffrey's actually quite consistent usually. I've seen him around quite a lot. Yeah, they're 7 laps down. That's unfortunate, but they're gonna finish the race nonetheless. Like we said, 4 points, so all counts.
Points nonetheless. That should jump them up in the championship. So yeah, you got to be in it to win it. At least they're getting points.
So Bierkus did a 155, almost a 155.9. That's almost the 56. That's also some time around near his pit stop. So I don't know how that's working.
Look at Francesco's time. So he did a 56 the last lap, and now he did a 3:19.
Do you know what happens? They cross the line in their pit stop, and it actually counts that lap.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They're in the pits. They hit the brakes before they cross the line, and then they go into their box after they've crossed the line, but they're now in the pits.
Yeah, 100%. So that's where that time is. And then the next lap.
She's saying it's the new layout. They've changed the layout.
What layout? Am I being trolled here now?
No, because the lap times have changed. They're saying it must be the new layout, obviously, you know? With a little smiley face, a laughing face.
Yeah, no, it's a bit high grade for me. I don't know. I don't get that one. But thank you, Matty, anyway.
Penalty for Augustus. I guess he was speeding the pits. He had a problem with speeding in the pits before. He's done it again.
Whoa.
That's costing him dearly in this race. Could also be fatigue, doing the race all by yourself. It definitely is something to consider.
Not easy. Not easy. These guys make it look easy. It's like... I mean, the fact that they can even do it, that's something. They're beating guys that are doing it with partners.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, look at Gerrit. He's right up in there, all on his own.
Well, he's managed to pull out a 35-second lead over third place, which was second place. Retake in second place. That was quite a close battle that has suddenly extended.
It's interesting that Francesco also came out on the mediums as well. Do you think this is their last pit stop?
Yes, I think so. I think they can go to the end now. They might have to do a bit of fuel saving, but yes. So I think the guys that stop a bit later now can be a bit more aggressive on their tires and especially on the fuel. Oh, getting a bit loose there for Francesco. These cars with the BOP, they've also adjusted the fuel balance. So some of the cars have a lot less fuel in than the standard car. So for example,
Francesco putting in a 48.2 there on that last lap. So he's bringing
pushing.
the heat.
Fastest middle sector overall, yeah. The standard, the BMW, for example, has a 120-litre tank, but in our BOP, I think it's a 90 or 80-something litre tank. So it makes a big difference. So you definitely have to manage your fuel a bit more. Just keeping an eye on the background there. Stanton, I'm not sure if he's sort of managing to sort of hang in there or not now, but he still has to come in and serve his penalty. He didn't come in this lap, so he'll probably serve it another lap or two's time. Santiago's now in the pits. I think he's just come out of the pits actually. So Carrot is currently 105 seconds behind P1. P1 has not done its final pit stop. But the longer that P1 goes on, the less fuel that he has to put in, the quicker his pit stop will be. So I think Andrea's got quite a nice margin at the moment. So I think Carrot is, lap time wise, he's pitted, but his lap times aren't as good as P1 at the moment on all tires with low fuel. How's our weather looking at the moment? So at the moment, ambient is still 31, but track temp has gone down to 43. So track temperature has gone down from 48 earlier down to 43 now, but the ambient is looking much the same. Definitely a lot more shadow on the track at the moment as well. The sun will start to set. I guess the track temperature will start to drop. That might affect their tires as well. Yeah, when the sun starts to go down, then it's when it really looks beautiful, but it's probably the hardest time to drive when you have the sun in your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay, so Stanton has come into the pits. Let's see, is it a drive-through or is it a stop-go? If it was speeding in the pits, I think it's a stop-go again. Yep, he was speeding in the pits again, I think. So that'll be, what, a 10-second stop-go. Should be going roughly now. Yep, there we go. 10-second stop-go. So that's the cost of speeding in the pits. So you have to be very careful with the pits. So there we see he lost 38 seconds from doing that. Pit in, pit out time. That's not the time to slow down, the time to speed up. So he's had 2 of those in the race. So that's almost a minute and 20 seconds roughly that he's lost.
Yeah.
So you have to be careful with your pits because it costs you so much, and to make that up is very, very difficult.
It's almost a whole lap.
Luciano's in the pits now. Let's see, is he going to do the final stint or are they going to swap back to the other drivers? I forget Matteo or whoever was the second driver, first driver. A penalty for Francesco. What did he just do? He's on the straight, so it's not like he was speeding in the pits or something. So P3 just got a penalty. And he goes straight into the pits. Let's see, what penalty will it be? If it for track limits, it might just be a drive-through. I think that's a track limit penalty. So let's see, is he going to go into the pit box or is he going to, it looks like he's going straight. So I think it's a drive-through. That's probably track limits. But that's going to cost him quite a lot as well. That's probably another 28 seconds or so.
And the gap from Birkus just falls and falls and falls.
And we have P1 in the pits at the moment for his stop.
P1's in the pits at the moment, and Birkus is now within 50 seconds.
And it looked like he was driving out of his box, so he's already coming out of the pits.
He's on his way out, and Bierkus is just within about 50 seconds of him.
Yeah, so that gap has grown quite a lot. It was about 35 seconds, it's now 45 seconds.
A couple of minutes ago, it was like 100. It was 100 seconds. So now it's actually dropping.
Oh, Matty
It's
saying, no,
dropping.
Luciano going to the end. Okay.
Okay.
So Matty not getting back in the car.
Playing spotter, calculating fuel. Ooh, some sparks.
So we currently have Keratin P2.
It's
Slightly,
done well. It's brought that gap down to 40 seconds now while there's been a pit stop. And I think that was why the gap was so much bigger.
but P1 will have less fuel fresher tires, so slightly better balance maybe. Probably be a bit quicker towards the end. Here I did pit closer to the 50-minute mark, so tire wear could hit him a bit harder at the end.
Interessant. Yes, my boy. Sorry. Come join us in the commentary, my boy. We're speaking about the race. You're watching these cars go down the track. They're virtual cars, so you can fit them all onto an SD card.
Our leader currently has a 40-second lead. Let's see what his lap time is like on this lap, a 2:42 with the pit stop. The gap has grown slightly, down up to 42 seconds, so not that fast of an outlap, so maybe just taking a bit cautious as he warms everything up. I think the track temperature is definitely going to be changing. It's looking like it's getting darker. I guess the sun is setting now. Let's do a bit of an onboard and see what sort of a feed do they get. While we do that, I'm just going to go jump to the other feed. We can just get that up just so we have something up while I'm searching in the background. Right, so that one there, I'm going to get us an onboard shot in the meantime. So we can see exactly what the drivers are seeing. So P1 will Andrea. When he comes across the line, we're going to change to Andrea and do a lap with our leader. You can see what the track is looking like. It's definitely looking a bit darker. There's definitely a bit more cloud cover. He's also getting quite sideways. We'll be able to see the onboard and see how much driver input he's putting in. So Andrea's actually not much further ahead than the cars that we're watching at the moment. Actually behind them slightly, so let's transition to them. We see in the background there's Andrea, who we now go on board with. So we now do a lap, onboard lap with Andrea. You can see that's definitely looking a bit cloudy at the moment. Well, it's still pretty warm there. You can see how much driver input has to be given there. He hits the limiter slightly. These cars by default also have a shift protection system now. With our BOP we've actually disabled that, so that's why drivers can actually blow engines, is that the shift protection system also unfortunately limits the way you shift down too much and incorrectly, so we prefer to have it off so that you can shift down better. But it does mean you can shift down and blow your engine, so you have to be a bit cautious. Looking quite decent otherwise. throwing the car nicely over the curbs. They're getting a bit of a slide, but managing to keep momentum up. The track temperature, the ambient is still 31, track temperature 43. That hasn't changed much.
Yeah, this is racing. Anything? I'm sorry, guys. I'm in and out. You know. I've got young Max with me here, who's enamored by this computer and wants to be all over it. But it seems that like it looks like Zampini's got this in the bag. The gap's now going again. Anything can happen. It is racing. Anything can happen. But yeah.
Doing a check on the weather quickly again.
Oh. Okay. So Gerard's out in the mediums again, so I'm also looking for a bit of extra pace. And the fastest lap now. Oh, yeah, let's see what he can do. Okay, I'm gonna have to go. Pause from me.
Alright. Yeah, so track temperature is still staying much the same. Still, ambient has come down slightly. It's now 30 degrees, so it's starting to drop. Ambient is coming down obviously as the sun is starting to set, getting later in the afternoon there. So 38 minutes to go.
Yeah, I'm back, guys.
Oh, welcome back.
I am back. And yeah, okay, there we go.
So the ambient temperature has come down to 30 degrees, which is still pretty hot. Track temperature is 43. We might see the ambient drop quite a few more degrees as the sun is setting now at that later stage of the day.
What happened here? What happened here? Birkus is in 3.
I think it is. Am I watching the feeds and I'm getting mixed up? That's a good question. A lap down.
He was the only one on the lead lap, and him and Francesco have swapped it on. Now Francesco's on the lead lap,
Well,
and
Zampini.
he's 100 seconds down, so something must have happened. Shucks.
Yeah, I didn't even catch it. Oh, pit last lap. Okay. He decided to have another pit stop. Okay, so he's decided to push at the end. Yeah, I'm so busy watching other things, I didn't even notice that he had come into the pits. I thought he was actually good to go to the end. I'm quite surprised.
Yeah, so did I. So did I.
But that means then that Francesco's done very well to hold on to P2 even with his issues.
Does that mean Birkus just did an extra stop? Is that the extra stop he did to go and what did he do? What did somebody say? Oh, that is that the 10 seconds that he lost when he was
No, that was the last race meeting that he did that. Or the last pit stop before. Not this one, I don't think. Well, maybe it was this one. Maybe he needed to have a pit stop in real life. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, a number 2 would explain why he's not in number 2 anymore, Johan.
Yeah,
But
maybe
yes,
we need some kind of sim suits that can...
It's been quite a shitty conversation, this.
Well, someone that would be able to answer that kind of thing would be someone like Max Verstappen, because he does pretty hectic long stints in his sim racing.
But Max is not human, so you can't compare him to.
Yeah, but I guess all aliens still need to go to the loo. They still need the bathroom. Unless they put some sort of plug system in or something.
You know, maybe that could be our sim racing product that we could release. The key to endurance racing.
A cork. Cork from a bottle.
Repurpose all these used corks from the wine farms.
You know,
So
joke
this
about
is
the
the-
golfing commentators, how they used to talk about the birds and whatever else during racing, but I mean during the golf. And here we are talking about all that stuff. Well, I guess it's
Yeah,
relevant
I
to
mean,
racing.
it's a 4 hour long day, so it's a lot to talk about. And the gaps, they're large, man. We've got quite a small field. Definitely hoping for some more action. Bjerkes is ramped up the pace on those mediums. He's the fastest man on the track at the moment. But still a lap down.
But 48.5s in the last lap, so that's good pace. But with only 33 minutes to go, that's not enough time. But he might be able to at least catch P2 up. Although P2 was a 49.0, so...
It's difficult to see the gap between them because they're not on the same lap.
Well, the gap at the moment between P1...
Yeah, I can see it. I know how to see it.
Yeah,
Being an idiot.
It's 35 seconds between P2 and P3.
Pretty large, yeah. No, he's got quite a few people in between him. He's got P1 in front of him. But maybe P1 could pull him, but P1's unlikely going to lap P2. So yeah, it's a very difficult track position at the moment for Bjerkes.
Unless possibly one of the drivers in front also need to put towards the end. Maybe they have to have a splash and dash.
Now we're talking.
But also Stanton Augusta down to 6th place. That's not good.
I just wanted to. This is not because Bjerkes is the home boy favorite. We just obviously wanted to be as spicy as possible. So we're a little bit like Formula One in that sense. Hashtag not.
Hashtag please no.
But yeah, no, we obviously want good racing, and whatever makes the racing tighter is what we're hoping for.
Well, the
Obviously,
last
we want
round we had the
everybody to have the
top
best
3
race
within
they
a few
have.
seconds of each other. That was pretty amazing.
Yeah. Always nice when it's tight. Yeah.
So Stanton down to 6th place. We didn't see, I don't know if that's purely because of his penalty that he maybe served. Or if there was
Bjerkes eating up even more. He put in his fastest lap of the race last lap. So he
48.2.
is stunning. This is like what? This is 3.5 hours into racing. I suppose the little relief he caught midway has just revitalized this man. Phew. Touching the sand there. And yeah, no, he's the fastest man on track. But Francisco is no slouch either. He's got heat under him. Those mediums definitely got a little bit more pace than the hards. But Zampini still looks pretty solid out there with 92 seconds in it, even though Francisco's catching ever so slightly. Ever so. But now Zampini's in the pits. So now we're going to see that gap drop again. So there are definitely pit stops to still be made.
I think that's
Last
an error
30
in the
minutes.
timing again. Let me just refresh it because it's not showing it on my end yet. So let me refresh just to make sure. Yeah, he's not in the pits.
rFactor, you just gotta love it.
Every now and again it gets a bit confused with the timings.
I thought that would be strange to put in the last 30 minutes of the race.
Well, it doesn't make, I mean, we see Gerrit closing in quite a lot. It's not that big a difference. I mean, in some of the endurance races I did, I pitted roughly with half hour to go. You just have to adjust accordingly, and then you can go for softer tires, and you really go for a nice push stint, like a qualifying stint, and it's actually good fun.
the difference between mediums and hards are massive, seems other car. I don't understand what that means. Maybe it's a typo and I just haven't typoed the thing the last bit. But yeah, the difference between the mediums and hards, yeah, no, the difference in the mediums and hards definitely has a second between them. So that's understandable, and it would make sense if Zampini ran all the way to the end on these hards. Likewise for everybody else on their tires at the moment. I mean, 30 minutes on a set of mediums is doable. More than.
Yeah, well, I could definitely do, when I was racing with these cars, I could do a full stint on the mediums.
Yeah.
But then I maybe wasn't at that pace that the top guys are at. That maybe affects it.
These guys tend to be so quick and they're better on their tires than we are on ours.
All right, Luciano coming across the line. Let's do an onboard lap with Luciano and get a idea of how his lap compares. Quite neat into turn one.
So many people's sim racing careers end in that turn one of Monza.
Yeah, it's certainly not the easiest of turns. If you get it wrong while chasing someone, you're not the most popular person.
Nice.
Now there's where you see a difference with the top guys. The top guys know that you can take a bit more curb on the inside in the first part of that chicane. You can get right over it because there's a little bump there, but if you get your wheels far over enough, that bump goes between your wheels nicely. But if you get it wrong, it bites. Yes.
Exactly. You know, Monza always just reminds me of Assetto Corsa, open lobbies.
Yeah.
They all run like Monza's one of them favorites out there.
Yeah, apparently it's the Monza and GT3s is what's the most favorite combination in sim racing.
100%, yeah. So that this T1 has destroyed many a guy's ambition to join the sim racing fraternity. T1 open lobbies. Guys just sell their jigs after a week.
Yeah, we've had guys in our community that have bad races and they sell up everything after it. That's quite funny. So Stanton catching up here.
The fastest out there. Gerrit catching ever so slightly. But not enough, like we say. 26 minutes definitely not enough. Incremental difference at the moment.
I think Stanton will pick off P5, so he's close enough. And then he's not that far behind P4 actually. So you might still salvage P4. They're both in sight.
That could be nice for him.
Yeah, P4 is still a solid result.
Yeah, that's good. So
Looked like he was struggling a lot at one phase, but he's not looking too bad at the moment, looking fairly smooth.
Stanton's blitz at the moment. He's running really smooth.
I mean, he's basically only 4/10 off the leader. Actually, he's 5/10 faster than the leader at the moment. Yeah, 5-second gap between the three of them is pretty close. Yeah, so both NXT guys are going to be watching the mirrors in a moment.
Here comes Stanton. The SimXP Global car.
When we were watching the onboard shot lap or two back of Luciani, he was actually looking quite smooth and decent. It's quite interesting when you watch onboards like that and you think, oh, this guy's driving quite nice. Not much room for improvement, apart from the one chicane where I said he can go over the curb a bit more. And then you see Stanton behind, just casually cruising up to the back of him.
Both in this, I mean, everybody's in the BMW here, except Mr. Bierkes.
And there's the one Merc as well, yeah.
Yeah. I think I'm even in a BMW here. No, I'm in an Aston here, am I not?
You're in an Aston, yeah.
Yeah. Just for the difference.
Yeah, we missed 3 of our Astons in this race, so there's only one Aston out of the 4. We missed our Porsche. And yeah, that's about it. We missed, I think, one BMW. Who else were we missing? Adib was with you in the Aston.
Yeah, Deeb. I'd like to see him up in this field.
I'm surprised that Adib didn't pick the Audi, because he seems to like the Audi in ACC.
I mean, we had to pick a car together, and I don't think he was as in love with the Audi yet as he is now. All we knew was we didn't want to drive this BM. I think we just drove the BM in a series, and we were just like, yeah, we'd had enough of it.
Yeah, it's a very competitive car, but you don't want to drive the same car as everyone else at every single race. It does get a bit monotonous.
But it is nice to know that, you know, there's not much in it in terms of the machinery, especially in this little head-to-head we're about to witness now.
Yeah, so Stanton is taking a bit longer to catch than I thought. His lap times have been kind of neutralized. He was in the 48s in the last lap, 48.9. So the second fastest driver, only Gerrit was faster.
His last lap is still a 48.9, and Maurizio maybe just putting his foot down a little bit, seeing him in the mirrors and just saying, okay, last push, 20 minutes, you know. That can be a really daunting little 20-minute sign to see, or it can be like, oh, depends on when you look at it, you know, how long ago you've looked at it.
But you think about it, he put in one of his best laps of the race, and yet he caught up, but he's still struggling, and it'd be difficult to get past as well.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to get past. But you never know what a bit of pressure does this late in the race.
And we'll see now as well. Does the slipstream really make any difference on this track? I mean, it should. It's Monza. It's renowned for being a slipstream circuit. Let's see if he does catch it all. 1.4 seconds of the gap at the moment.
Bierkes had a hot lap, nice, middle sector.
Fastest overall in the first sector.
Isn't he fastest overall in the first sector, yeah. There we go.
No, Stanton had a bad lap on the last lap.
Something just didn't go right there. Maybe that little sausage curb caught him out. Maybe he was trying to do what you said he should do, and then now you look quite tentative through there now.
Definitely was a bit cautious, yeah.
You know, that thing can scare you at the end of a long race like this, because you start getting into a rhythm with it, and then you suddenly start hitting the wrong rhythm with it.
Yeah, once it goes wrong fast.
Yeah, no, then you could keep hitting that wrong line, and it's like, oh, fuck. Sorry, man. Sorry, guys, for my bad language. I'm a real sailor.
I'm sure people will survive. If not, I'm sure they'll send you some salt or pepper or something in the mail.
Stuur my iets, ja. Ek waardeer alles.
We have P2 in the pits. That's interesting. So
Come,
that,
let's get...
will that be a splash and dash? It must be.
That is very interesting. Didn't you think we'd see anybody come in this late?
Yeah, with 20 minutes to go, you were worried about 30 minutes to go. Well, there we go. Splash and dash. That was for fuel. Because there were no tires added there. He's going to be close. Here comes Pirkus.
Lead lap.
And he takes the position. And that's the leader behind him as well.
He's taken the leader. Yeah, he's overtaken the leader too.
There's the leader, right behind Pirkus.
There's the two Team Shebas behind Pirkus, but not as it stands.
But that's quite amazing. I mean, at one point, Kurt was challenging for the lead. Now he's about to be a lap down. How things changed.
How's he about to be a lap down?
Well, he's got the leader right behind him. So I don't know if Andreas still needs to do a stop.
He just overtook the leader. He was running behind the leader all the while. We saw him with slightly better pace. He's caught Zampini, but he was a lap down, and now he's on the lead lap again.
Okay, well, maybe I missed it. I was watching the Francesco thing more than the lead thing.
Please update us in the comments with what's going on. Somebody, I'm sure you've got a beat on this. This is the beauty of YouTube commentary. We can lean on you guys. It's a two-way street. Especially long races where we miss little things. And you happen to be in the garage with the driver.
Stanton looking like he's not able to catch, but it looks like Luciano is catching up to Santiago. So I think Santiago is under threat from Luciano more than he is from Stanton at the moment. Stanton's not
These
catching.
guys are all on the same lap, so this is going to be interesting. Stanton's actually maybe just biding his time, letting them catch each other, thinking that it might work for him in the closing minutes. You know, this might come down to the wire.
The B's in hyper hammer mode.
Okay, the B is in hyper hammer mode. Gerrit is the B. And
We refer to him as the B because he tends to run a yellow and black skin in most of our local races.
so he's got a nickname from another commentator as the Bumblebee. And it's something that's kind of stuck. He has been he's been very consistent. I mean, he's been like 2/10 off his best almost every lap, 4/10 off his best. So
Yeah, these guys saving fuel, yeah, keeping them nice and close together.
okay, that's what's happening. But Augustus is definitely right in the mix.
Yeah, who's saving the most fuel? Who's got extra fuel to push? Oh, Stanton getting really, really sideways there.
Ooh,
Dangerously so over the curb.
it's difficult to follow sometimes too close. Maybe that's the stat, not to follow too close.
And in the background, isn't that Carrot? Yes.
Yeah, there we go. What a nice shot, Dennis. Great focus pull.
Yeah, that worked out nice.
You landed that focus there, bro. Ooh, he tried the undercut to avoid having to stop again for fuel. Phew, I don't know if you know this, Gerrit, but your wife is giving your strat away on the internet.
Well, we like it, at least it gives us a bit of information.
No, I'm sure he's okay with it this late in the days. Let's go, you know?
Now it looks like Santiago's starting to pull away from them.
Santiago's definitely putting foot down, but you know what? These are these moments in the race when the pressure, watching your mergers too much, watching those deltas too much. can just make you miss that brake marker. Yeah, Gerrit is consistently the fastest man on track at the moment.
Yeah, Johan asking about the last race, the last 2 laps he did. Yeah, it was quite spectacular, that race that he did for Raceface. Raceface is a very well-known event
Stanton
in
is
South Africa.
pushing as well, eh? Stanton is pushing hard. Sorry to cut you, Dennis.
I think he's pushing a bit too hard there, because that's now 2 laps in a row where he's done that. He started to gain, he did that, and he lost everything he's gained. Same corner, both laps.
It's nearing the end, and he sees how close those potential 2 places, or at least one of those 2 places. Yeah. Sorry, you were saying, what is Jana asking about?
Oh, that was the last race that Gerrit did on Raceface, which was so good in the last 2 laps. Fighting for the lead with I forget the other driver's name, but that was quite spectacular, them swapping places. And he lost because it was a Sangara ring, and coming onto the straight, he was in P1. He crossed the line in P2 because the other driver just had a bit more grunt in his car and just got better drive as well.
He had a good exit there.
Yeah, the other driver was in the Ford, which is known for being a very good top-end car.
Stanton's right up in there now.
Yeah, it looks like it's getting close again.
I think this is about as close as it can get for now. Just, they're waiting for somebody to make a mistake here. You don't want to run too much closer behind anybody. Because like this corner coming up here now, this is a difficult one to follow in. Too close, you can see flames. It's much nicer to catch like this and then have the run than to be right behind.
Yeah, you got that one a bit better this time around.
Ooh, that's a nice run.
And look how much closer he is as a result of it.
That's a nice run.
He's going to look maybe up the inside here. No, he's thinking better of it.
Patience.
Off the brakes a lot earlier there. He might get on the throttle a bit earlier and turn in tighter. No. I thought he was going to take the alternate line, which is a bit tighter in, a bit wider out, but he didn't.
No, but he's got the toe here now. Let's see what's happening here. I mean, the gap between them is 0.3 at the moment, so he's definitely got toe if there's any toe to be had. But he's biding his time. He's braking earlier than them.
Yeah, he's coming off the throttle quite a lot earlier there and just rolling a bit.
No, he's biding his time. I think he's got a strategy. Maybe a bit of fuel saving involved. Getting him to the end, just all the hang behind and fight too early and run out of fuel.
Yeah, they're all pretty close at the moment. And they're all busy drifting out of the corners as well. Sparks up there.
Sparks on. Here we go. That's a race. I mean, for an endurance race, for 3 people to be that close at the end of 4 hours, that's quite something.
Yeah, that is pretty awesome. And that's the battle for P4.
That is what we're talking about. So regardless of the low numbers, there's still action here.
Yeah, good action.
That's it. It's the quality. So that being said, we want more numbers, but we want quality numbers. Ooh, look at Stanton looking at that inside there. He had the look. He had a little look.
Got his nose cut off there. He was on the dirt slightly.
Shucks. 10 minutes to go.
He had the door firmly shut there. Now the fight's on. Last 10 minutes is always the... Right, now everyone... No more nice guy. Now they good foot. So let's see what happens there. Stanton getting that slightly wrong. Lost a bit of ground.
Yeah, Stanton's now fallen back a little bit.
Carrot is still pushing well in P2 at 48.5 on the last lap.
I mean, that's 3/10 off his best. I haven't seen him, outside of a second of his best time over the last stint on these mediums.
I think Stanton's now pushed a bit too hard, made a mistake or two, and lost a bit of ground. Now he's trying too hard to catch.
Probably heated his tires up, got a bit of. Needs to cool them down a little bit.
Yeah, that's just released the two cars in front of him.
These two cars in the same livery, they're teammates.
Yes.
So there's no chance that they're going to fight each other. So
one just straight line the chicane.
made a mistake.
That was a big mistake for Santiago.
Ooh, is the game penalizing him and making him give back time?
He will have to roll off. He has rolled off a little bit. You can see the gap is closed.
Ooh. So no fight, but maybe a change of position? Unless they're there to fight, you know? This is sim racing after all.
No steam strat. Okay, so they are fighting it out. This should be interesting. We should see a nice battle there to the end with them.
And Stanton's still in it. That's not over. 8 minutes to go. That's plenty to close that small 1 second gap, and especially if they're fighting, that's going to be down.
Santiago getting a bit of rear ends hanging out there. And Gerrit hanging in the back there as well. Yeah, good battle here. Two teammates, no team orders. Good to see. Oops, I got on board with the wrong car. I meant to go on board with this one. Gerrit is closing in a little bit as these guys are scrapping it out there, allowing Gerrit to close in. He's putting in lap after lap. 48. Last lap was a 48.3.
Yeah, that's
So,
like
within a tenth of his best lap. So he's very consistent at the moment.
he's dialed in.
It's Luciano that's looking a little bit ragged there. Stanton has fallen back again. Gerrit has got a lot closer.
Oh, look at that. That's almost the whole field you're seeing in one shot there.
Now when Gerrit comes up to pass him, that could also change things a bit. Because they're going to have to ease off or allow him pass.
They're going to get a blue flag. Stanton just jumped into the pits.
At this time of the race.
I don't understand.
Must be a splash dash. Must be.
No, must be a drive through. Cut to him, let's see. I bet you it's track limits. He's pushing too hard. No?
Splash and dash.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. Maybe that's why he wasn't pushing. He knew he had to come in.
Yeah, and he's there quite a long time as well.
He needed fuel. He couldn't get to the end.
Yeah. That's a shame.
He was saving fuel, like we said, and unfortunately just had to. He's committing to finishing the race versus going for that battle. He was right in there though, and it's heartbreaking. Oh, but somebody else must have put. No, sorry, my bad. My dyslexia kicking in here.
Now these two have opened up again, so it looks like Santiago's got a good lap or two in. Headlights now blazing. How's our weather looking at the moment? Track temp has gone down to 40, so track is dropping. The ambient is not too different, still at ambient of 30.
Yeah, here we go. The last 10 minutes, guys.
Last 5 minutes.
Sorry, last 5 minutes. What am I saying?
Yeah, Kurt getting his inner peace when on track. A lot of drivers are like that. It's that focus that you get. You're alone. It's all about yourself. Oh, Santiago getting that all wrong.
Ooh.
And that's now opened up the door. Luciano, will he be able to make a move? Stanton is now out of it.
Ooh, these are last 5-minute tires kind of mistakes.
These guys cutting each other off.
Ooh, that looks like bad damage on the left-hand side of that car.
Of course, we've got Carrot right by as well, so they're going to have to watch for the blue flags soon. If they miss too many blue flags, they'll get a penalty as well. So it's still in the 48.8 in the last lap though. Oh, there we go, Santiago off again. And this
Same
time
spot.
spinning, will he take his team out? He does. Oh, and he takes up
Oh
P2.
my word. We've just watched that happen live. That is unfortunate. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, unfortunately these things happen. That was just unfortunate. The one lost it and the teammate tried to avoid, and as a result actually bumped him into the path of Gerrit.
Yeah.
Let's see, does Gerrit at least... I think he's lost a lot of time. He was 11 or 12 seconds ahead of P3. P3 is now 2.5 seconds back. Let's see how damaged his car is. Yeah, unfortunately, it just happens in racing. A small mistake and it ends up affecting others. It's not intentional. It's just, yeah, it's a mistake. It's just a racing incident. Car busted apparently, but let's see. Maybe you can still bring it home. Less than 3 minutes to go. That's 2 and a bit, or maybe 2 laps. The gap, unfortunately, to P3 is coming down. You can see he's definitely struggling where the car's pulling on the brakes. It was pulling all over the show there. Well, unfortunately, yeah, back markers, but they were also having a good dice, and now the one is out. He had a DNF. Yeah, let's see what sort of position. Now we have P3 right on the tail of Gerrit. Gerrit definitely driving wounded, but you never know what happens in the last moments of the race. It must be frustrating as all hell right now, but anything can still happen. I've been in races where you think all has been lost and then suddenly something happens and things actually go in your favor, so it doesn't always go that way, but sometimes it does, and that's why you never give up. Alright, so change for position, but at least he will be able to hang on to P3. That's still a solid P3. Right, so now we'll see how things settle down in the last minute and a bit. Oh, sorry, last minute. We're into the final lap, which I believe means we should be watching our leader, who is on his final lap. Yeah, unlucky indeed, very unlucky. That's just how the cookie crumbles, as they say. Sometimes it's just bad luck. There was a comedian that once said, "You can't have it all. Where would you put it?" But yeah, that's quite a shame. Solid position there. Actually still see some debris on the track there as well. Piece of black debris lying there.
Yeah, so Santiago didn't finish after all that time.
Yeah, according to Matty, the rear locked up or something happened there. So maybe he had a failure. Maybe it wasn't even a driver error. We don't know. But whatever happened, it fortunately swung the rear around and into the path of his teammate. And that unfortunately collected P2. It's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, Gerard has that kind of luck anyway. That
Yeah,
was a joke, but anyway.
great win there for Andrea, though. Brings home the victory. Francesco then brings home P2. And in P3 was then Garrett. I believe he's a lap down. I don't know if it's put him up as finished. The checkered flag has come out. Does that doesn't actually show all the drivers have finished though. I'm actually a little bit confused. I believe everyone has now finished. Very good drive there from everyone. Encouraged to do the whole race on your own. I mean, that's still quite an achievement. Pity about the bad
Well
luck,
done.
but great result. Thank you as well there for the comments, Salvatore. Much appreciated. Oh, great driving. Yeah, it's racing. If you don't go for it, it's not really racing then. It's just driving. So you have to go for it, and sometimes it goes wrong. Happens in real life too. So in the
What
end,
an
we have
enjoyable race, even considering such low numbers. What an enjoyable.
yeah. So we have
Last
Andrea
lap.
Zampini bringing him the car in P1. We have Francesco
Well done to
Contaro
them,
bringing him
Jay.
the car in P2. Geert Brekus bringing him the car in P3. Luciano Ishaga, hopefully I didn't pronounce that too badly, in P4. Stanton Augustus brings him the car in P5. Santiago unfortunately gets a DNF but finishes P6 overall because of the laps finished. And Jeffrey Rouse brought home the car in P7. So we're going to just jump to a ad break while we go get a hold of our drivers, and then we bring in our top 3 drivers for interviews. So we'll see you shortly. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. That brings us to the end of our Monza round. That's round 3 of our championship. We have only one driver in the interviews with us. Unfortunately, other drivers aren't available on the Discord, so we only have our driver that finished in P2 that did the solo drive, Gerrit Bierkes. Congratulations, Gerrit, on your P3 drive. Unfortunately, you had a bit of a incident in the latter stage of the last few minutes to go that you caught up to a bunch of drivers battling, and one locked up the rear and that spun him out, and the other tried to avoid, and you ended up getting taken out by it, and it affected you and you lost P2. But otherwise, what a great race. You had fantastic pace. Give us a bit of feedback on your race, what it was like, and how's your arm holding out?
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there. Getting collected by a backmarker again. It seems like I track backmarkers like nothing else. Yeah, and I felt quite comfortable actually. That last stint, I was comfortably the fastest car on circuit. I knew I had second place pretty much covered. I think he was 10 seconds behind, if I remember correctly, and I was lapping about 300 faster than him. So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate to lose P2 in that fashion, but it is what it is. It happens, racing. And fatigue-wise, I didn't really think I could go the 4 hours, and it was actually quite fun. You know, Monza is not a very demanding circuit, really, drive-wise, because you're spending a lot of time at speed. So if it had to happen somewhere, Monza would probably be the best circuit for it.
Yeah, so quite an eventful race, and there was a point where you were actually challenging P1 and looked like you were catching P1, and the gap was sort of slowly coming down. And then there was a pit stop and various things happened, and suddenly it went from being maybe 10 seconds up to like almost 30 seconds. So yeah, fortune sort of seemed to change, and then towards the end you were catching again, sort of in P2, catching P1, but the gap was very large at that point. I thought maybe P1 would go for a splash and dash and might bring things a bit closer, but then of course you caught up to that battle. That point in the beginning when you were catching P1, did you think you had the pace to perhaps challenge for P1?
Really, where the difference actually was on new tires. We all know Pastori, the two brothers. They really quick, really good drivers, and they actually kind of the biggest difference for me was on the new set of tires. And as soon as the tires started to wear, my pace came back. Especially to the guy that was in second, and I was catching up to, I think Pastorius at that point was in the car, and I would catch up to him, and he would respond, then I would respond, and then he would respond again, and then he just put foot down, and he had a little bit more than me there, but I'm actually quite chuffed to be able to do the same kind of lap times as them.
Yeah, you were very competitive at this round, a lot more competitive than you were at the previous round, which is good to see. I mean, you were at one stage setting the fastest lap of the race for probably 5 or 6 laps in a row. You were in sort of low 48s at one point within a tenth of a second of your fastest lap of the race, and you did laps within that region, 2 or 3 laps. So yeah, you were very, very close, and at that point you were probably 8 tenths faster than the leader, but the gap to the leader was 100 seconds at that point.
Yeah.
But you definitely had the pace at the latter stage of the race, and even in the beginning stage as well, before a bit of an incident happened and the gaps grew. When you were catching, you were definitely more consistent at that point. The leader, who at the time was Giuseppe, he was, I think, also maybe catching traffic or something, but he was putting in slightly inconsistent laps, and your lap times were very consistent at that point. So I think had the gap been a bit closer and luck been on your side, you definitely could have come home with a good result.
Yeah, I think there's lots to learn from these type of drivers. They really know their business. I think the BMW, they kind of eats away at that front left if he goes really hard at it at the beginning, and that's probably why the Aston is maybe a little bit better on worn tires. But yeah.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations on your P3.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I'm going to kick you out back to your other room so you can go speak to your brother.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. Cheers, Gerrit.
Cheers.
All right, that was Gerrit Bierkes, our P3 finisher. Unfortunately, we don't have the drivers from P1, Giuseppe Pastori and Andrea Zampini, or the drivers from P2, Francesco Santoro and Andrea Gendosi. Hopefully I haven't butchered your names. Apologies if I have. But congratulations on your P1, Giuseppe and Andrea, and congratulations on P2, Francesco and Andrea. Great results, and unfortunate about the incidents in the last lap, but that's racing, unfortunately, and hopefully we will come back stronger for the next one. Hopefully the next one we have more drivers joining us as well. The next one, of course, will be Sebring. Sebring is a fantastic circuit, one of the best circuits, I think, on the calendar. So I think that's definitely going to be one that guys will be looking out for. I think it's probably one of the more challenging circuits. It's one of the bumpiest circuits in the world, so that's something you have to cater for. You have to set your car up suspension-wise to handle the bumps, so you have to make it a bit softer, maybe raise it a little bit. The curbs there can be quite high as well, so that's another thing to take into account. So your setup can vary quite a lot. It's a very, very fun circuit, very challenging circuit, challenging on the vehicle, challenging on the driver. So we'll see what kind of result we have there. That should be quite interesting though. Hopefully we have the rest of the field back as well. Unfortunately, a lot of the drivers weren't able to make this round. So we should have a much better attendance at the next round. We should also have, hopefully, some prototypes joining us. So that should make it a bit more interesting. Having extra prototypes driving around Sebring amongst the GT3s. So it'll make the field bigger. It'll make the drivers in GT3 have to watch the mirrors a bit more. So it'll actually be quite exciting for everyone. So hopefully everyone has enjoyed this. Remember, if you did enjoy it, hit the like and subscribe button. And to join us at the next race, which will be on the 29th of September. We do have other races in between then. We do have our ACC GT3 series, which if you would like to find out more details, you can head over to simgrid.com, sign up there, look out for the eXperience SA community. You can follow us and then you'll get to see whatever events we have. We have a fun race in rFactor 2 on Wednesday with the USF 2000s around Watkins Glen. And then next Sunday we have a GT3 race in the ACCs, in ACC series sim around, I believe that's Kyalami. So until then, have a good week and we will see you all at the next one. Cheers and thanks for watching.